Right, are we going to make a start, everyone? Good. Can I, first of all, welcome everyone and welcome old friends of the committee back. And can I give a very warm welcome to those new members who are attending the Science and Technology Committee for the first time. We look forward to your contributions and hope that today's is informative for you, but also that you get an opportunity to network with colleagues. I assure you we're a very friendly committee, and I think a committee which has a good interchange of ideas, not just on visits, but also in terms of meetings such as this. We meet, and can I say a big thank you to Lithuanian colleagues for hosting us. We were supposed to in Kyiv, which, because of the sad circumstances in Ukraine, were unable to be there. But can I say our thoughts today are obviously with the people of Ukraine and the brave servicemen and women who are preserving the freedoms for their country, but I will also say the freedoms that we all stand for in NATO. But can I say well done and a big thank you to the Lithuanian hosts for their hospitality and organisation. I would therefore like to call the formal session to order and declare the meeting open. As people have got the agenda, we have a very busy agenda today, and I look forward to people's contributions and the speakers which we have today. We have a great lineup today. We have to start with Novit Nepešėlė, who's the Lithuanian Vice Minister for Economics and Innovation. And after that, we have our draft reports, general reports, and then lunch. And then the Deputy Minister for Digital Transformation in Ukraine will give us an overview of Ukraine's achievements in the digital space. We then kick off this afternoon's session with a panel discussion on climate change with features our committee's Special Rapporteur Sven Klemts from Luxembourg and contributions from NATO. And then we conclude this afternoon with, I think, a very relevant topic now, certainly with the events since the 24th of February, in terms of the future of warfare, which with our subcommittee chair, Niels Frydenberg from Iceland. Just before we continue, can I do some administrative details? I'm told in this very modern parliament, I learnt yesterday when we had the standing committee, how to work the chairs, apparently there's desks that I'm told you can write on. You have to pull the desks out if you want to use them to write on. And you'll find the microphone should, if you want to ask a question. But I've also been asked, could you please close the desks when we leave the session later today. As usual, all the documentation, including draft reports, draft resolutions, agendas on the NATO PA session SharePoint page. And similar, all the speakers' biographies are available on the NATO PA website. For those, unlike me, who are obsessed with social media, I'm told the official hashtag of the session is hashtag NATO PA Vilnius. When posting comments, please use the hashtag and whatever you want to put on social media. Like I say, I'm not someone who's a dedicated fan of it, but anyway, I know a lot of people, it's a good way of getting information out to people. For those in wanting to make contributions or ask questions, could I ask you just to raise your hands so that the director, Sven, can make a note so that we can get an order of people who want to ask questions. And we'll obviously call them then in a list, but again, we have a very busy agenda, so can I ask people to be concise and refrain from long introductory remarks, which I know is very difficult for us politicians to do. The meeting will also be presented on Zoom for our Ukrainian colleagues who are following our proceedings remotely, and can I warmly welcome them to the Ukrainian members that have joined us in person. Please note that this meeting will be video recorded and broadcast live on the SEMI channel. Video and photographs of the meeting are public, so please note that when you're making contributions. There will also be official photographs, which as usual will be available on the NATO PA Flickr account. So without further ado, can I let us commence? The first item is to adopt the draft agenda. Are there any comments or? No, so can I move that the agenda is adopted? We now need to consider adoption of the summary of the STC meeting held on the 10th of October 2021, which seems a long time ago, during our annual session in Lisbon. Are there any comments, objections, or? No, so I would say the summary is adopted. It now gives me great pleasure to welcome the Minister of Economic and Innovation, Republic of Lithuania. She's held the position since 2020, and prior to that she was the Chancellor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She's also been permanent representative to the EU from 2015 to 2020, and has held other prominent academic and political positions throughout her career. She's going to be speaking about advancing Lithuania's innovation pipeline. So can I ask people to give the Minister a very warm welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's really a pleasure and an honor to address this distinguished committee. I hope I will manage to reach at least some level of your expectations. I actually tried to focus on two elements in my presentation. One is the impact of war on Lithuanian economy. Another part is advancement of Lithuanian innovation. First of all, you know, when you are giving presentation, and my main job is actually to do a Lithuanian pitch to present Lithuania, usually for the business communities and the counterparts. So they always recommend to start from something what you are very good at. So first of all, let me start that Lithuania is actually innovation-driven economy. We have been worldwide known for our laser industry, for our startups, and high-tech engineering. And I do believe that in this committee you will discuss maybe more defense technologies, but as we just a couple minutes ago briefly discussed with the chairman, everything in these times is so much interlinked, so it's extremely difficult to make a difference and to distinguish what is dedicated for civilian use, what is dual, and what is military. So when you think about lasers, you have to think about Lithuania. When you speak about engineers, you have to think Lithuania. One thing which we are famous of actually, and whenever you have a crisis, there is always an opportunity. We our life science industry or biotech, or so-called red biotech, has been growing by 20% every year, and it's because we have world-renowned scientists here. We have in general scientific and research base here, and we have definitely business. What is even more important actually, when you have all those three elements, you still need to have profit to do business. Since the last year, actually the most profitable company in Lithuania is not the energy refineries anymore, it's a biotech companies. So I do believe that we have managed to create an ecosystem with the help of foreign investors, but as well as the homegrown companies who actually manage not only to innovate, but as well to do business. As coming from Ministry of Economy, you can imagine that is one of the main tasks for me. The third element, in order to grow your economy or to make sure that that economy is vibrant, you need really one thing: is flexibility and to ensure that there are some smaller or companies which are startups and which are the ones which are actually in their business model innovation. And R&D is actually the main part of the DNA. So Lithuanian startup ecosystem is growing as well very rapidly. There is one actually false information in the slide, because since last month we have actually 2 unicorns, so 2 billion worth startups and 3 more underway. The thing is that those startups in Lithuania managed to attract investments last year more than twice more than the years before. So their system is actually growing. Mostly the startups in Lithuania are working in the same areas where we are known well: biotech, IT, ICT, and IT with their direction on engineering, on more sensors, if I may put more precisely. Once again, so when you would say that, okay, 1,000 startups and growing companies, maybe it's a good sign. How long it takes? So it takes not too long for Lithuania. You see the growth of the startups, the main innovating companies in Lithuania, that it was actually the result of the last 5 years. And one of the things is, of course, one of them, not maybe even the main. I will come to the prioritization part, but back in 2015, actually, the government set the target, which was very tangible, that we have to reach this 1,000 startups in order, to boost the economy. So right now, we managed to achieve that in less than 5 years. And if you think that they are very small, so you see the numbers, they actually trade for more than 2 billion euros. But as we are here to talk about not only good things and the nice things, every Lithuanian citizens, it doesn't matter whom you meet, is your counterpart in the NATO PA, or the ordinary citizens here in Vilnius. You can come to him or her and ask what is the main issue on his mind. And although we have the highest inflation in Lithuania, we have the growing prices for commodities and energy resources. We have any other different social issues. But the main issue which will be mentioned will be the war in Ukraine, Russian aggression in Ukraine. And it's really very personal for each of us. And I do believe that we will manage together to stand strong, not only to stand, but to support Ukraine in our daily efforts, and definitely one of the most important thing is military support. So the war, Russian aggression and Russian war in Ukraine actually has a major consequences on European and world, on European economy and worldwide. I'm sure you have seen similar slides all around our media and social media, actually measuring what kind of their impact on our GDP, on Eurozone's GDP the war will have. All the forecasts actually are showing the decreasing lines, decreasing directions. First of all, of course, due to inflation, which is skyrocketing if we compare previous period within the Eurozone, and definitely this has an impact on GDP and slowing down the growth of GDP. To make sure, I don't want to bother you with a lot of numbers, but economy is, there's good lies, bad lies, and statistics. So this is statistics how the economic growth or GDP decrease actually is forecasted by not by us but by European Commission, and we see actually the trend which countries mostly are affected. Those are first of all of course the Central Eastern European countries, the ones which are geographically closer to Ukraine and the eastern border of NATO and EU. So, what are the channels of the impact of war on Lithuanian economy? As already mentioned, it's inflation in our region, and we consider this inflation external one because it's mostly due to energy prices, exports, due to geographical proximity. Most of the Central Eastern European countries had more active trade relations with Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. I can delve a little bit into that. What is the real impact? Of course, materials or components crisis. We have been facing actually this import or material components challenges already before the war. Because of the COVID, the supply chains were very, very fragile, if to put mildly, let's put like that. Then in Lithuania we have another, we have actually in Lithuania 3 words. Word crisis in Lithuania starts from letter K. Then we have other 3 Ks in Lithuanian language. So krize, that's the crisis. Then COVID is like K in Lithuania. Then there is China, it's Kenya, it's K again, and then war in Lithuania, it's karas. So we have triple K impact probably, especially on imports of materials and components, and not only taking the energy resources. One thing is what we have actually noted when we speak about investment environment and confidence. So there is in general the change in the investment community, let's put how they measure and how they see our region, not only Lithuania, but in general the region. So once you start a discussion on that, you will always hear the question, so when the war will be in Lithuania, in Latvia, in Poland. So you have to spend quite a lot of time explaining that we are members of NATO, we are members of the EU, and we probably are more secure when if we compare to any other previous times before, because for the investments, economic activity, the confidence of the social partners or stakeholders is extremely important. And of course, migration. We have impact of refugees on our labor market. So this is a similar slide you saw on the Eurozone's forecast. So now it's a Lithuanian forecast. So you see there the same actually trends: decrease of GDP and increase of inflation. So about inflation, sometimes we, especially in the smaller European countries, we always keen to say that we are the first in one or another, area. This is the thing where we are not very much proud to be the first. Is actually. In inflation, we are very much above the EU average, and definitely inflation in Lithuania is driven by energy products prices, and in general, not only the energy prices in Lithuania, but the energy prices in other countries, which increase the prices of other commodities around. If we look at the picture, I wanted to put the kind of the context of the export exposure to Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. If you just glance at the map, you see that actually what I was saying a couple of minutes before, that geographical proximity probably is one of the answers. What is important to note? Actually, our exports, Lithuanian exports, were not so huge to Russia, but we were re-exporting. We were a transit country for example, Russian and Belarusian goods. The imports exposure, you see quite a similar image. Those countries which are geographically closer, they probably have the more similar impacts on that. What I started to say, that Lithuanian export to Russia is around 11% of our total exports, but what is very much of the importance, more than actually 80% of this 11% is re-exports. So if you what would be the real impact on Lithuanian economy? Probably it will not be so huge, because it will, for our producers, the impact will be quite limited. Where we will feel most is actually export of services, because we were our transport companies, all free ways, let's put like that, be it be it seaport, be it rails, be it road transport, they have a severe actually impact coming from the war. I just wanted to illustrate what kind of goods or what kind of the components we're importing. So what is actually most important, probably thinking about the imports, how much of that you can substitute. So there are several sectors which will be not difficult, but probably expensive to substitute. There's always a possibility to substitute in most of the cases. The question is about the price. So I would say the metals, woods, wood production. Metals, the problem is that all three countries were in the sector, and all three countries were actually producing the components. I mean, Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. The same goes for the wood. It's not really maybe for you, as you are speaking about advanced technologies and high value added economy, but we in Lithuania have a traditional industry as well. So we're in the region, we are the biggest producers of the wood industry and furniture. We are one of the biggest producer worldwide for IKEA. So that's why, maybe this wood and furniture components actually tops of the statistics. But once you speak about the impact, you always. By the way, I'm not originally the economist, but the colleagues, the analysts say that what is very much important is not only to measure the impact on your trade, on your GDP, on the other elements of statistics. You have to see how healthy economy is, and one of these indicators of how healthy your economy, and if you will manage to stabilize the impact or stabilize some challenges, is actually to look at your labor market. And as you see, there is a very limited growth of their unemployment, but it's so limited that if you would like to actually relocate and come to Lithuania, I'm sure you will be on the high demand in our labor market, because it's really a huge, becoming quite a huge issue. The economy is growing, and the new labor force is needed. Just to show you the numbers, for the last week we have 54,000 refugees in Lithuania. Maybe if you take just a number, it will not look for you very high, but don't forget that in Lithuania we have 2.8 million of inhabitants. So actually we are approaching 2% of our population. But what is good actually, and I think that it's a great achievement, maybe a partial help for Ukrainians, that quite a big number of those refugees, who are mostly women, children, and elder, are actually working. They had the possibility to start to work from the day one they enter Lithuanian territory. And of course, this is related that Lithuania is providing schooling, kindergarten, and other social services, so the people could come back to their activity, and at least this could be an ease for them. And by the way, another interesting, and I think there's the personal touch with the crisis, is that vast majority of those people, they are actually not living in the shelters. They are living in the families. So Lithuanian families are actually providing housing for refugees, for Ukrainian people. So now we know who is to blame, but the question is what to do, and how to approach, and what we are doing, how me personally and the Ministry of Economy and in general Lithuanian government is looking into the ways to withstand the Russian war impact. So first of all, of course, we all have to stop paying for war. And one of the ways to pay for war is definitely to buy Russian energy resources. When we speak about export, there are three answers: diversify, diversify, and diversify. So it doesn't really very much matter which country you are speaking about. It's a principle we have to have. When we speak about imports, the answer is probably the same: diversify. Then, of course, you can have some other things like substitute and lower the consumptions. When we speak about investments, here where the NATO comes in, and we need to strengthen NATO capabilities, NATO presence in the countries which were red on the previous map for the impact, and definitely to mobilize EU. What are priorities? Priorities are innovation and specialization of each country. Let me briefly go through what we have actually started to do back in 2021, and we just increased the speed. Mostly our economic relations were focused on the EU, our major, by the way, trade partner. I mean, the major export destination, major import source, and a major investor in Lithuania is one country. Does anyone would like to guess which? There is one country which is a major investor, major export destination, and a major import source. Exactly, Germany. So we are part of the German supply, economically we are part of Germany's supply chain, if I may put like that. So our idea is actually, it's not that we are unhappy, we are very happy, but we do believe that we don't want to see those red maps anymore, that we are dependent on undemocratic authoritarian countries. Let me put in multiple, not in singular. So what we do, we actually are increasing our presence and economic presence in all countries, including countries and including Taiwan. Another very important element, Lithuania stopped importing Russian gas in April, and since of last Monday we have stopped imports electricity, Russian electricity. Here back in 2014, when I was still working with President Grybauskaitė, the decision was made actually to have a LNG terminal offshore. LNG terminal. There were very difficult and complicated discussions internally within the EU. But if you look at the map at the left, is it at the left? That one, you would see actually how much of the LNG helped to substitute that usage of Lithuanian gas. Why the decision was made? And why we thought it was logical even back in 2013-14, because since 1989, so even before Lithuanian independence, till 2013, we had more than 50 cuts of their gas supply to Lithuania. So Russians were switching on and off the gas pipelines and the oil pipelines till 2005, but that was 53 to be precise, 53 times within the less than 20 years in the beginning of our independence. So it was no rationale actually to have Russian gas at all. And even due to our proximity, we were, by the way, paying more than 30% for gas anyway, more. So it was even economically there was no logic to continue. So what happened actually, we do believe that this will help to stabilize the prices in general and to stabilize, to bring back at least a little bit inflation, which is external and electricity-based inflation in Lithuania. And I do believe that this is not really economic, there is a rationale behind the decision, but as well it is a geopolitical extremely important decision, which I hope that all of EU countries and NATO countries will follow the suit. The performance in FDI you see what happens. This slide I wanted to put not only because of to show that we are mostly working with Western civilized democracies, but as well actually to show on what partners we actually rely and how it is important that once you all and us all talk about what's happening in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, that the message should be really very crystal clear. The NATO is here, and the NATO has responsibilities, and nobody actually ever denied Article 5. This is extremely important for any kind of the investors to come in any of the Central Eastern European countries. Biggest share of the investors we have in the GBS. So if you are ever looking at Western Union, NASDAQ or Moody's ratings and services, you have to know that the services are provided for you globally from Lithuania. So we have to ensure that there is a security for there, because if NASDAQ or Moody's stops working, I think that would be a major problem in some of the markets. This is extremely important, that when we're speaking about innovations, economy, and impacts, we have to have in mind that our interlink economically is so huge that if anything happens, it will be it will be extremely costly for all of you. So another actually element is when you think about economic performance and what we can do is actually to measure and to see. We are not a huge country with 2.8 million with limited natural resources, or almost none of them. let's put like that. So the only way how we can survive, or how we not survive, how we can proceed and progress and ensure that our economy is growing, to be really very sincere with ourselves, where we can invest, where our strengths, where we have weaknesses. And actually I dared to put you our slide, which we usually use internally, because if I will do my country pitch for business community, I will put only half of it, where we have their strengths, what our strengths. But I thought that it is extremely important to look at the other part of the table, where we have actually to work more, to perform better. So I would not read things, but environment-related technologies, you see that we are much above the EU average, or trademark application, or innovative SMEs collaborating with others. This is a very strange names put down, but this is a EU denomination. How the EU is using the concepts. But for example, Lithuania is in the lead in SMEs cooperation with the scientific institutions. So this is a good sign that there is a possibility actually to science-based business to grow. Or we have how much of the employment, or how much people are employed in those companies who are considered innovative. So you see we as well are above EU average. But if you speak about the venture capital expenditures, when I talked about startups, most of the investors are actually foreign investors in startups. So there's something to do more. Sales of innovative, we are always I was looking if Estonian colleagues are here. We're always lagging behind in selling ourselves and even selling our innovative products. We have really very much to learn from some of our neighbors who are doing, for example, in this case, much better. And one thing what is extremely important, and we are constantly working, but in this period in particular, once the war started, and by the way, OECD is as well helping us to increase R&D expenditures by the business itself. Not when the funds are coming, not when the government chips in, but actually when they have incentives to innovate themselves, because only innovation will help them to grow with those scarce and limited resources, with the supply chains being very fragile, and with their exports being exposed to not only to democratic countries. What is extremely important as well, and I do believe it is the key element for the developing of the innovation ecosystem, is actually to have priority areas. So before 2020, we had 7 of them. So from musical and cultural industries to the same biotech. Now we actually squeezed in. I've started from those. Is actually biotech, IT, ICT, and manufacturing engineering, high value added manufacturing engineering. And it's not very widely known, but Lithuania is one of the EU countries which still has more than 20% of GDP coming from industry. Because majority countries in our region actually are very much dependent on services. So when I say that, please remember what I said, where actually the war hit it most. Hit the transport services. So if we would have even more of the transport services providing for the eastern countries, we would probably expect it even bigger hit. But as we have industry, and our industry is exporting around 80%, depending on the year. Especially export expanded during the COVID times, because in COVID times we didn't have any decrease in GDP. So most of that was actually created by industry. And Lithuanian industry, especially the industry which turns to innovate, focuses on, I would say, automotive sector, where one of the specialization within that is plastic components, metal components, and sensors. And when I say sensors, we are moving to IT, ICT sector, where they're one of the biggest focus. And the second unicorn we have is actually cybersecurity. So I think that you probably have your briefing notes on Lithuania. So we are number 6 in the cybersecurity global ratings. So that's so IT ICT first of all focuses on the developing different application, by the way, for the transport sector, then sensors together with industry, then working together with biotech and laser industry, because now most of the lasers are going into the MET technologies. So once in Lithuania, at a certain point, probably we will have to put industry and ICT sectors together as one priorities, because it's really difficult to distinguish. And biotech I already introduced. We mostly worked with the pharmaceuticals and medical equipment. We have the huge company for all the breathing devices, which were very much needed during the COVID time. Now we are looking actually to so-called green biotech. And this is one of probably future priorities for some of our countries because of what happened with the supply chains during the COVID, but as well what happened because of the war in Ukraine. We see their supply of grain possibly be a problem, but the thing is that we are actually exporting more than 80% of the grains we grow, but it's not, here we are talking about science and technology. So I think the future is actually in the food tech, in the technologies to produce something from those grains, so we don't need to, you know, to load those grains from one country to another and carry them around. So I think that this is where we will spend some of our time in investing. But if you think that we already achieved everything in our governmental program, it's already the second government in a row, so it doesn't really very much matter, because before we had the opposition, well, nowadays opposition, they actually introduced some KPIs for this smart specialization sectors, very precise and very tangible. And this government kept them in the program, so this is really, I do believe, important. So you don't really go around and change it every time. Although what we are planning is actually maybe the next government, or even this government before the end, actually will increase those KPIs, because what happened. When in 2019 this discussion started, and for example we set the KPI that we want to achieve 5% of GDP coming from biotech, we thought it was very ambitious, because at that moment it was 0.8 GDP coming from biotech. But the problem is that now we are in 2022, 2030 is still somewhere far away, and we already have 2.5% coming from biotech. So I think that there is where we have to actually really very much look into the numbers and to increase. The same is actually for ICT. The growth is a bit more stable, not peaking so much, but definitely there is a possibility. Why it's an innovation agency, and the word impact is that to make sure that we are really on the stable growth of innovating businesses, government, institutions, and in general our economy, we actually consolidated all institutions working in the field of innovation. So those which have been providing services and consultancies for the business, money-wise, and the content with the science and technology, taking example from by the way Finland and Sweden, we actually consolidated into one agency. So hoping that those KPIs can be actually higher, and we will reach them before the 2030. So thank you very much. Sorry, it was really quite a long conversation, but well, not conversation, long speech.
Well, can I thank you for a very informative contribution. I've learned a lot about, we had a dinner with our ambassador last night who spoke a lot about the economy and other aspects of Lithuanians' economy, but you've certainly put a lot of meat on the bones there, and it's very encouraging to see the dynamic way in which you're tackling some of these issues. Can I now open the session to the floor for any questions? From Iceland?
Okay, thank you for your talk here. Cybersecurity issues is of course a big part of Science and Technology Committee of NATO PA. And you told us that you're number 6 in the world in cybersecurity. If you could just elaborate a little bit about that, that's really the big issue, and with all the technology and that you're working on. And number 6 is quite good.
Well, first of all, let me answer very politically. It's almost like with the energy. You know, when you are cut and got on and off energy supplies, you have to think what would be sustainable. And when you are always under the cyber attacks, you as well learn how to be more resilient. This is probably the answer. We are living in the neighborhood where we don't have the issue with attribution. Maybe international organizations have the issue of attribution when something happens. that's fine that I'm not in the foreign ministry anymore. They would probably say that it's too sensitive with those kind of sayings, but I do believe there are things we manage to do. So the cybersecurity as such is actually consolidated once again. It's consolidated on one hand, so there is one solar institution which is responsible government-wise and ensures the critical infrastructure in cyber through the Ministry of Defense. The institution under the Ministry of Defense National Cyber Security Center, which actually takes care of all the issues needed. So this is one thing. Institutional-wise, I think that it was extremely important. We have the institution which is responsible for all the networks, which is under the Ministry of Economy, but we are just, they're taking care of the wires. The cyber defense is cyber security is in the hands of our Ministry of Defense. What is extremely important, I think, that is digital skills, digital education, industry itself has been driven to ensure its own cybersecurity. So there were a lot of incentives for the industry to build cybersecurity for themselves. And I would probably say that the thing was to spare financial resources for the government institutions to build cyber networks. I do believe what was important as well that within all organizations, within the NATO, within the EU, there was actually the discussions and the aim to increase this security. Be it through the aims of AI, be it from aims of the high-performance computing, all those, here and present in Lithuania, and they were very much supported. And I think that I'm not really okay. No, that's it.
Any other? Stuart?
Thank you for an excellent overview and presentation. We're only a few months into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, so it's quite hard to see the impact that this will make on overseas investment into Lithuania. As it protracts, do you think this will become a bigger risk if the conflict goes on for a long period of time for investment into Lithuania? And are you noticing a trend such as, sorry, not near the Belarus border or Kaliningrad, are they commercial organizations moving to different locations in Lithuania to invest?
Thank you for the question. The short answer would be no. There is no movement so far. There was no that someone would move out because of the war. Openly speaking, there are considerations on the coming from the businesses which were about thinking to invest in Lithuania, where the projects were quite mature. So there are some examples, which I cannot disclose actually, where they actually put it on hold, the project. We haven't been witnessing that they would move it somewhere else. They just probably put it on hold in general. So maybe either our competitors of location were in the same region, or either the company actually thought that it would be, in general, more easy to wait and see. If it's the only reason, the war is the only reason, no, because if we look at in general how the FDIs were moving within Europe, before the COVID and during the COVID. In general, the numbers and the number in projects and number in values of FDI have been decreasing even before the COVID crisis, and this lasted during the COVID crisis. And now the war came, which still, is very limited. So there probably will be, in general, the increase of foreign direct investments all around Europe. Well, then we can measure and compare, like in a couple of years, let's put, if the war actually impacted, because our countries, like be it Baltic countries or Baltic Nordic countries, if you take, we usually, quite demanded location place. But I always see it, I really try to see it as not really a temporary, but the possibility of the small, flexible, and open economies as an opportunity. If big manufacturing companies decide that they want to have their investments somewhere else, let it be. But as the previous question was, as we are so good in IT, ICT, and in general providing services, because we have really we are quite diligent people, let's put it like that. So the number of GBS investments in Lithuania has been growing, and we don't witness any major, downwards direction. As I spoke, during the COVID time, when all the projects were on hold, in Lithuania we witnessed quite a huge increase in FDIs in biotech through the real FDI and the venture capital coming into the sector. And now, as we are speaking really about the difficulties for agricultural resources, so as I said, I do believe that we can actually very much gain from investing in really high value added food engineering and food technologies. This would be probably one of the things where we have as a country to have a very good value proposition, because this is where we have resources. This is probably only resources and very good quality resources we have. And another thing, I mentioned you that more than 20% of our GDP comes from industry. And now, as all of you actually are increasing defense spending, we have a chance. And I think that our industry and the FDIs will probably go into those industries which can be adapted or can be dual use, or can be actually both use, if I may put like that. And it will be good not only for FDIs, but as well for our exports. So GBS, biotech, food, and defense industry. This is probably the future of ours in upcoming 2-3 years.
Anyone else? Can I ask a question? In your presentation, you've clearly got a very impressive pipeline of startups, and I'm just interested to understand how you protect those startups once they grow. In the UK, we've just passed a bill called the National Security Investment Bill, which means that we can protect some of those from foreign takeover, certainly from China and other countries who would like to acquire those companies. So I'd just be interested to know how you actually protect some of those startups, because it's not always clear at the beginning where they're going to end up, some of those. So I accept it's more an art form in some cases rather than a science. And the other thing I'd be very interested to know in terms of technology, in terms of, there's been a lot of discussion at the moment that sanctions against Russia are leading to issues where we're stopping technology which is then being used for their military programs. Have you seen any examples of where they're trying to get around those things? And the other thing which I'd just be interested, I read an article a few weeks ago where there's a a brain drain from Russia, people leaving, young people, which to avoid military service, and also that they're against what's happening in Ukraine. And I understand that's been seen as an advantage in some countries because some of these people are very tech savvy and people are very valuable in terms of some of their skills. I just wonder whether you've seen people move into Lithuania from that community of people.
Thank you very much. That's not a question, that's 3 questions.
It's the chair's prerogative.
So let me start in the way you put it. Those questions. How we protect startups? We don't protect startups as such. We have quite extensive investment screening procedures since 2000 maybe. So it was really very much before it was cool to have this investment screening. We were among those 7 countries within the EU which were constructing in general the EU investment screening, which is still quite weak. We would wish it would be much more stronger as we have here. So in general we have all the due diligence process done by our Invest Lithuania agency, which is under Ministry of Economy, and of course all the due diligence processes afterwards is if the company is operating anywhere. If the company is operating in the certain areas of the, let's say, critical, related to critical infrastructure or to critical areas such as energy, IT, or related to the state-owned enterprises, so they have to go through the specific investment screening procedure where more than 10 institutions are actually involved, and we had really quite a number or handful of examples when actually companies are declared that they are acting against national interest. It's a government-level decision. It's not that some commission says that it will have reputational damage to you if you will have a contract with one or another company. No, we have a governmental-level decision which is actually usually is enforced the same day it's adopted. There's some other downsides of that. You're always constant in the lawsuits, but this is the price to pay actually for the national security. I do believe it's extremely important. So as I mentioned, majority of the companies or startups are working in IT sector. They definitely have due diligence procedures to go. If they start cooperating with the state-owned enterprises or with the government, so they have another procedure to follow. But the most probably for us, for Europeans, one of the most difficult questions is not only about security, but how to keep those startups in your country, that they would not move somewhere else, especially if they are successful, if they suddenly find out a very particular good technology. So I think that this is the regulatory climate. This is, once you ensure that it is more useful, more profitable, more better to stay in one country, not in the other. That how actually happened. Where I have even examples of startups moving in from the third countries, and one of the probably major and best known example how the startup community works and why it's attractive is a fintech. Lithuania is the once UK left, Lithuania is the #1 fintech country in the EU. We have majority of the fintech companies which are operating in the EU. Almost all of them are licensed here in Lithuania. We have the biggest, probably, AML division in our national bank to ensure the control and the security. So I think, and what we actually have a sandbox, because be it fintech companies or be it startups, you have to have a regulatory framework which allows small and micro companies actually to test their technologies they have, or to test their services they want to provide. So, this is probably the answer. Regulatory framework for them to stay, and regulatory framework for those to screen. Sanctions. And sanctions to Russia. You know, being in the huge proximity to Russia, definitely we witness some of the companies or stakeholders trying to find the ways around. But I would say that in Lithuania, it's not really the issue, because the social media. Because if you are exposed that you are still trading in one other way with Russia, in one or another way with Russia, if you still have some kind of the economic ties, it is actually a public pressure, not even the governmental pressure, to move out. Nobody wants to buy the cheese if you still produce cheese, actually, in Russia. This is really very hot topic, sometimes even going quite far away and, you know, reaching certain limits where you think that, okay, let's keep the discussion instead of other kind of the languages. Transfer of technology to Russia. When I was showing the slide what kind of trade we have with Russia, high technology trade was not really any way of the issue for us, due to the investment screening, due to, in general, due diligence. There are mostly trades in the in some kind of the components and not and products, and IT companies, those which are exporting, is mostly exporting to the West. So it's not really the issue. And the last part on the brain drain from Russia, I would say Lithuania, it's not really the case. But the brain drain from Belarus, yes. So quite a number of Belarusian IT specialists started to move to Vilnius even before the war. After 2020, August 2020, when there were non-elections of Lukashenko in Belarus, you may remember that majority of the people who were protesting in there, they were from the so-called middle class in Belarus. And who is the part of this middle class of Belarus is actually the people who are working or self-employed or IT or ICT, high-level engineers. Actually, they were the major driving force for those protests. So once Lukashenko elected himself to the position, so what the next point was to start pressure, to start repressions against those people. So lots of companies have already started moving from Belarus with all the people. We have a special regulation, by the way, for relocating the companies. So if the company decides to move out of Belarus, they can move in with all the staff. So for example, if you have IT specialists, you know, the accountants, cleaners, everyone as the company can move to Lithuania. The regulations is there since early 2021, and a lot of companies, we have around 55 companies who actually used, Belarusian companies who use this regulation to move into Lithuania, but we're doing due diligence. Thank you.
Any other questions from anyone? No? Well, on your behalf, can I thank the Minister for a very informative presentation and thank her for giving her valuable time up today to address us and also answer questions. I've got to say it's very impressive that you seem to, as a nation, being very forward-thinking in terms of doing some things that some of us are just catching up doing now because of recent events. So clearly you've got a very good crystal ball, or some very good, very clever people in terms of predicting what. It's been a very impressive presentation. Can I thank you again for your time? Oh, you're back, Sven. I was just going to. Right. Can we now go on to the draft general report on strengthening alliance S&T resilience? Nusrat Ghani can't be here with us in Vilnius. She has I understand, a family wedding which clashed with this weekend's events. So she does send apologies for not being here, but we also have the very able deputy who's standing in, which is Sven Clem from our special rapporteur from Luxembourg. So can I hand the floor over to Sven?
Thank you, Kevin. Dear colleagues, today I have the pleasure to introduce the report on strengthening NATO's science and technology resilience. And our rapporteur, Nusrat Ghani, can't unfortunately not be here with us today. So she asked me when we were in London to present a report to you. But first, talking of London, let me thank you, our chairman, Kevin Jones, and the entire UK delegation, including our esteemed committee colleagues from the UK, for the well-organized and very interesting visit to the UK just a few weeks back. The topic of the report is truly central for the work of this committee. The report raises important issues that NATO, our governments, and we, as national lawmakers, need to address. I'm therefore glad to be able to present Nusrat's paper to you today and hope for a fruitful debate. Innovation has been key to NATO's success since day one. Then, as now, defense innovation is about improving our military capabilities. It is about providing our armed forces with the best equipment, with the best training, and with the best strategies to keep our nation safe. I repeat, innovation has been key to NATO's success. The ability to innovate has been crucial for our safety as well as for our economic well-being. But NATO's innovation pipeline is challenged. Why is that? First, because the pace of innovation is accelerating. In the early industrial era, a span of years or even decades occurred between major technological breakthroughs. Now it is different. We are living in a time of constantly evolving technology. Advances in robotics, analytics, sensor technology, 3D printing, and other areas are opening up new possibilities. We also progressively delegate ever more tasks that once were done by humans to AI or to simple algorithms. And unlike in the past, it is no longer government research programs which drive the technological progress. It is very often the private industry. Therefore, we need to keep up with this as an alliance. Because shaping those technologies and their use means we need to constantly evaluate if existing legal and ethical standards are still up to date. The second reason why NATO's innovation pipeline is challenged is because we live in a more dangerous world. We are in a state of heightened competition with near-peer powers like China and Russia. And of the many arenas this competition plays out in, science and technology has become a particularly relevant one. And we saw that in the speech the minister gave us just now. The report of Nusrat thus focuses on 3 areas where NATO's innovation pipeline is challenged. First, we are facing more and more cases of disruptive espionage, particularly in the scientific, military, and economic areas. Second, we are all competing for the same rare earth resources to produce our high-tech equipment, and China happens to have access to most of them. Third, our privileged position in the West in the setting of standards and norms for new technologies is being challenged by autocratic countries. I could go into more detail, but for time's sake, let me just mention that since the early 2000s, we in Europe have engaged in roughly 3,000 research cooperation projects with Chinese military researchers. Not just simple academics, military researchers. These cooperation programs touched upon highly sensitive topics like drone technology, surveillance technology, radars, and other areas which are important for the development of future military capabilities. And unaware of the risks, we tolerated this for years. Of course, science should be open and free. Science per se is neither quote-unquote good nor quote-unquote bad. Scientific achievements can be used for the common good, but they can also be used by autocrats to oppress their own populations or to harm other states. For example, sharing private data can make our lives easier. But if this data falls into the wrong hands, it can be used against us. Health data provided for the development of pharmaceuticals one day could very well be used to develop bioweapons the next. So the message of the report is, we should not allow science to actively undermine our security. More generally speaking, the report emphasizes the need to make NATO's S&T innovation system more resilient. Resilience means that our science and technology networks need to withstand shocks. External ones, like espionage, and resource shortages, of course, but also the internal ones, like insufficient public financial investment in science and technology. Or, more simply put, lacking interest in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, among our younger generation. It is not sufficient to use an iPad to know how a computer works. We need to ensure that we will continue to be a major innovator in 10, 20 years from now. So it's not up to our generation, but up to the next generation to prepare exactly that. And this is not only a defense issue, it is also deeply relevant for our economies and the stability of our societies. As the report highlights, NATO has recently launched DIANA, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic. This new NATO body will expand and complement NATO's existing innovation efforts. DIANA will help startups in developing their ideas and prepare them for a stage where they can later become and be fielded in actual capabilities. It will help them bridge the so-called valley of death, in which so many new companies fail because of a lack of funds, not for a lack of ideas. Changing the way how we innovate in the 21st century is absolutely crucial. As I mentioned before, it is private companies that drive the development of new technologies. It is up to the public sector to go out there, understand what is happening, and harness that potential, and then convert it for our national security needs. This is why dual-use technology is becoming ever more important, and DIANA will help to bridge the gap from the private sector to our national armed forces. Moreover, making our innovation pipeline future-proof also means investing in talent. And again, the minister showed it in the open jobs that Lithuania currently have, and they can't fill. And speaking from personal experience in Luxembourg, we currently have more open jobs than we have job seekers. And I believe that this will happen to most, if not all, of NATO member states in the near to a very near future. So we cannot implement AI-driven systems into our militaries if soldiers working with those systems do not understand how their systems work. The same goes for the leaders and commanders who will need to supervise those tasks. If we are to innovate and bring new technologies to our militaries, we will need to invest more in education in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math, the so-called STEM. Now is an appropriate time to address these challenges and make our defense-related science and technology sectors more resilient. As I said, it will take significant effort to work both on our internal challenges by continuing to innovate, and on our external challenges by shielding ourselves from fierce competition and espionage. The report makes a few suggestions on how to strengthen NATO's S&T resilience. I want to quickly outline only 3 of them in the hope that they can nourish our following debate. First, we need to increase our investments in critical emerging technologies. These include, for instance, cybersecurity, maritime technology, or satellite technology. Keeping our edge and preventing potential adversaries to overtake us will enhance our ability to keep deterring and defending ourselves. This means nurturing private sector startups. It means enhancing cooperation with universities. It means encouraging young talents with STEM skills to work on defense, and not on the next shiny gadget to meet new people or to order food or booze more quickly. We also have partners across the world with shared interests in those regards. We should make sure to cooperate where we can with the right countries. This was touched up in a report last year regarding the S&T cooperation with Southeast Asian democracies. Second, we must be aware of our dependencies on foreign producers of defense equipment and components, and we must address our vulnerabilities. For example, we increasingly compete for critical components and materials such as lithium, silicon, coltan, and more. This means we need to monitor our supply chains better. We allies need to develop strategies to mitigate China's dominance over rare earth materials. And thirdly, we need to develop common norms and standards for emerging disruptive technologies. I think NATO is an appropriate forum for discussion on these new technologies. If we fail to find common ground, we will struggle to defend our values. International legal frameworks need our common resolve to prosper, especially as near-peer competitors are trying to undercut us in almost every field. Let me stop here, but before I conclude, Nasrat has asked me to thank our research assistants and particularly Julien Strand for the important contribution in putting this draft report together. And with that, colleagues, I give you the floor to comments and questions. Thank you.
Can I thank you very much, Sven, for that report. Questions? Right, a colleague from Bulgaria.
No, Canada.
Oh, Canada, sorry.
Yes,
right.
this is not mine. Merci.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this very detailed report. The main concern for me when we are talking about cybersecurity and rare earth, my concern is about the coordination amongst the member countries. We have heard about Huawei and the 5G. We know that our countries sometimes find it difficult to agree and find it difficult to coordinate their actions. So you talked about Diana. It's important to coordinate our efforts, but my main concern is that very often we identify the problem. We know that in China it's quite easy to take actions because there is a one single decision maker. But for us, it's different. We need to coordinate. So is it possible to concentrate our efforts and to coordinate ourselves? Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your remark. I'm going to answer in French. It's one of the official languages of NATO, so do not hesitate to speak French. Nusrat, in her report, referred to the new future developments, But today, if we're talking about the whole supply chain, if we're talking about the components of our technologies, we have to take into consideration the fact that some of these components come from competitors, from countries that are competitors. You talked about Huawei, and that's the most visible case. It was the most visible case in several European countries, but this is not limited to Huawei. We have to ask ourselves other questions. Where is the production taking place today? Where was it outsourced? We're talking about problems to get chips. It is a problem for the whole world. It's a problem for the Western world. And for the European Union in particular, for chips and semiconductors. We know that the EU is working on the relocation of the production of semiconductors in Europe. And Nusrat, in her report, says that for too long we've forgotten the risk related to outsourcing. Now, how could NATO do that? What is important is to have more dialogue. We need to attract the allies' attention on the inherent risks. We need to share our resources within the alliance. But what we need to share is the knowledge. That's what is important. We need to share our knowledge. The reports of our intelligence services that could tell us where the risks really lie in our supply chains. But it's also important to share the know-how in order to produce components within the alliance. And this is an issue that is going to be dealt with by the alliance for coming years. And this is not going to be solved with one single report. So it's a very relevant question. I think this is not the end of the road. I think there's still a long way to go.
Sorry, Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the stepping in and as a replacement. You're an able replacement, and thank you very much for presenting the report. I will have two items to follow up with the committee on, and just in terms of some corrections, and it's not important to cover those right now with you all, but we'll follow up with those. But I do know at the Madrid summit, the NATO Madrid summit, the leaders are set to more formally adopt some language on the establishment and future of Diana. And I'm hopeful that the report we get in the fall, the final report, can have a deeper assessment of Diana and the Innovation Fund as well. And so my question to you is, can you do that? And what kinds of questions would you think we should be thinking about with regards to Diana and the use of the Innovation Fund once it's formally adopted?
Thank you. I think that is a very good question in the sense that we as the STC in NATO PA should ask the government officials those questions once they have adopted the final language on Diana. It's mostly a question again, on how do we want to spend the money and on where do we want to spend the money. Diana can certainly not replace existing government programs that are already there amongst our allies. And I think that especially the US has a long history of promoting investment and research-driven investments in the private as well as in the public sector. So Diana needs to be complementary. It needs to fill the gap where we are currently lacking investment and research. That might not be, again, as I mentioned very briefly before, developing the next shiny new app or to find a new toy for children, but we need to look into more serious applications. And too often our venture capital branches across the world are very bad at tackling the bigger issues. And I believe that Diana can be of help supporting the national investments already in place to really jumpstart research into dual-use capabilities across the world. I'm not sure if that answers all the questions. I believe that we need to wait for the final language after the Madrid summit to know what the leaders finally decide, because as far as I know, there are still some discussions going on how exactly it should be phrased. So I'm a bit doubtful we can give a complete answer today. I'm sure that Nusrat will be very happy to implement the changes you mentioned and also to ask the right questions in the final report for the General Assembly
Thank you. If I could have a follow-up.
We are going to Madrid as well, no? Yeah, in Madrid as well.
You're going to have a follow-up, but just quickly, I'm a proponent of U.S. participation in Diana and in the Innovation Fund. I'm doing my part to push, pull, and drag the Pentagon there, and we'll see if we can get there. Thank you.
Any other points? Well, can I ask a question? Oh, sorry. French. Our French colleague.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much to our rapporteur. I was very, very interested in reading this report, especially when you mentioned the importance of the research contract with China. And you continued in saying that, yes, we have to cooperate with China, but cooperate whilst protecting ourselves and whilst making sure that this cooperation is not harmful. Can you say a little more on what could be done in order to reach that particular objective? Thank you very much. Well, I'm sure Nusrat could provide you with additional information because she drafted the report. I'm only speaking on her behalf today, but the question is, how can we continue to cooperate with a country like China, where we have supply chain issues, where we have the issues with Huawei that we already know, and with military researchers? So maybe we could start, and I know it will be a trick question and it will be very hard to implement, but we could probably limit ourselves in research cooperation with civilian structures. I'm not sure it will be easy to do because, you know, both or a lot of technologies in China are dual use. But yes, we need, I believe, to screen our investments to see who we exactly work with. And I think that NATO and allies together would have an easier time dealing with that screening if they were to do it together and to share information as to the type of negotiation and the type of information that they get when working with countries like China and when developing industrial integration projects. I don't think we can forget entirely about China in the following years. We will not be able to to ignore China in the future. So the question will remain, and the question that will remain is how to limit the damage. I might be a little blunt in saying that, but I don't see any other way of cooperating amongst allies. I believe that there's the challenge. We have to convince our governments to pay attention to where they're investing and with whom they're working.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, Sven, and of course to the reporter. I think it's a very, very valuable and interesting report. And you know, for many years I've been asking about the ethical norms. That is the key question when it comes to technology. And the report is touching actually up on the context around norms and standards. And yeah, it's coming up with the key problem as far as ethical norms and the rules are concerned, that is creating international norms, agreements, even national laws to some kind of creative framework for new technologies is much more slower compared to the technological development, especially when we look at the private sector. So how do you see what we as decision makers should do to accelerate the creation of these norms? Because maybe currently it's not, you know, in the center of the people's thinking, these norms, but very soon when these technologies will filter in their everyday life, that is going to be. So we as decision makers should start at least elaborating on how to accelerate this this kind of norm creating at national and international level, as well as especially in NATO countries. So what is your opinion on that? Thank you.
Thank you for phrasing it as a question on my opinion. That makes it much easier to answer. I start first with what Nusrat already mentions as the last preliminary conclusion. And she says, enhance interinstitutional and international cooperation on EDTs, for instance, through a deepened dialogue with the EU and other international partners, such as the Asia-Pacific democracies. I would like to highlight the last word of that sentence, which means democracies, maybe because it will be easier to have discussions on ethical questions with countries that follow similar trajectories than we do. That would be the first answer to the question. And then on to my opinion, especially in the EU, there is currently a lot of talk about, based around the conference on the future of Europe, on how can we accelerate debates around the big issues, the big questions. And the EU managed to pull a lot of democracies along when we introduced the GDPR regulation. Whether it's perfect or not, it's a political discussion, and I think you know that I'm as well as a bit critical on the merits. One thing it did was a smaller numbers of international democracies managed to write together a basic text that influences now the legislation across the globe. And when we are looking at ethical questions, I think we need to start small, find like-minded countries to collaborate. I believe that NATO is an alliance where those like-minded countries are already meeting. So we need to do that. We need to continue doing that. We need to engage with the other partners of NATO PA. That would be the European Parliament. That would be the other PAs in the security space. OSCE would be an example. I can imagine that there would be other partners we need to engage. We could look into how the STC committee at NATO PA could re-evaluate that question in the future. I think we already worked on it. So it's, for me, really a question about starting small and then broadening the scope to more and more countries, to bring them on board. But if we try to do like in the past or in the 1990s 40s global texts on ethical questions when it comes to warfare, I'm not sure we are at the point in time where we could get a large enough consensus, especially with near-peer adversaries like Russia and China, who will probably try to block. And not talking about India as another example, we see it in the World Trade Organization, we see it in the World Health Organization, where opposing viewpoints clash constantly. So why should it be different when we are talking about ethical questions coming to warfare? So I believe NATO would be the right forum to discuss it, and then broadening the scope more and more to our colleagues in Southeast Asia as an example.
Any other contributions? Niles?
Yes, Chairman, and thank you for the introduction of the report, Sven. But globalization, I mean, is it mentioned in that podcast? Because I haven't actually gone through in details concerning this. Of course, the discussion about chain of supply and all that, and the chips and semiconductors and all that we have experienced in COVID, and now in so many other ways now after the invasion of Ukraine, steel markets and all kinds of supplies. We have been also seeing in the international media now more written about globalization. Maybe it went too far. And just any comments about that? I also thought it was interesting from Kevin, the chairman, what is happening in UK concerning investing from abroad. That's also an issue that I'm quite interested in following up, also with the 5Gs and all that. So if you could just elaborate, if you have something on globalization and what we are going to see, I think this is becoming one of the big topics.
I will not comment on the UK question, and if Kevin wants to, he can, but if not, he will certainly talk to you about that during a break. Globalization as per se didn't play a huge role in the report because it was more based around the supply chains and the cooperation in the science and technology field. If we are looking at the broader picture, and obviously the report was written before or started being written before the Ukraine crisis, so there are pieces missing that need to be added until the autumn. When we're looking at the supply chain issues that are mentioned in the report, we see that we had issues over the last years, whether it was due to COVID, so planes simply not flying, ships not being able to be unloaded, the container crisis that we saw in ports across the world, a container crisis that now is hitting us again, but on the other way around. So now the problem is that goods can't leave China, whereas in the past it was we couldn't unload goods fast enough in the Western world. We had the issue of the Suez Canal being blocked, which raised the issue of how secure or resilient are our supply chains effectively. So globalization is there. I'm not seeing, again, as I mentioned before, around China, I don't see a way how to make it disappear or us less reliant on globalization in the near future. What we need to do is identify the critical pieces that we can work on quickly, which we can bring back. Steel making could be an issue. I'm not an expert in, I should be. ArcelorMittal is a Luxembourgish company on paper, so I should know more about steel, and I don't, I have to admit that. But I know a lot about semiconductors and digital toys, and I can tell you the biggest issue nowadays is how can we control not only the supply chain, but from the start, where production happens, how production happens, and how the resources that go into that production are being made available under which terms. And Nusrat is talking a lot in her report about the countries with important natural reserves in those very important minerals like lithium, or when we are looking into thallium, barium, chromium. There are a lot of minerals that are currently being mined under circumstances and under the control of countries that are not necessarily our friends. And so we need to take care of the first step of the supply chain as well as of the last step, which is delivery. And I think that is a huge question to address in the future. And it's much larger than simply talking about your way, which is obviously very easy to understand. If you go to the press and you explain to somebody, oh, there will be a chip in every 5G mast that comes from a Chinese company that is being state-owned, state-controlled, and so the Chinese can listen in to your phone calls. People understand that. That's tangible. If you tell them that in order to produce a chip in the Western Hemisphere, you need to buy cobalt from an African country but mined by a Chinese company and then being sent to Europe or to the US or to Canada through ships owned and operated by countries with whom we are not necessarily friendly, that's a different kind of story to tell. And it's much more difficult to explain to our constituents. And we as parliamentarians might need to make those stories more digestible, more understandable, more commonly known than only the headlines, China will listen in on your phone calls. We need to also talk about how do we mine those resources, who is mining them, and who is selling them to us. The minister earlier on spoke about not financing Russia's war. The problem is with every EV we are putting on the streets, we are currently financing companies owned or controlled by governments that are not our friends. And we need to look into those issues. We need to tackle them as an alliance. And that might be the biggest issue if we are looking into how to develop new technology in Europe, in the US, in the Western world, very briefly.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, can I just pick up on Niall's point?
A este respecto, una de las cosas que ha hecho la pandemia de la COVID es demostrar la fragilidad de nuestras economías, sobre todo en las cadenas de suministro. Pero como ha dicho Sven, ya que dependemos de muchos países que no son necesariamente ahora nuestros amigos, hemos aprendido la lección por las malas, ¿no? En el Reino Unido, desde hace cierto tiempo, con toda una serie de personajes en nuestro gobierno que están contentos con las relaciones con, por ejemplo, China. Ahora es muy difícil deshacer estas relaciones, pero hay que hacerlo, ¿no? Y una de las cuestiones, ya que hablamos de suministro, cadena de suministro, materias primas, el Reino Unido, por ejemplo, ahora está considerando el tema de los estudiantes chinos en las universidades británicas. Si vemos un poco los antecedentes de estos estudiantes, luego al final se colocan en puestos de investigación. Y ahora lo que ha pasado es que se ha parado un poco la entrada de estudiantes chinos en puestos de doctorado e investigación porque tienen conexiones con los servicios secretos chinos y tenían intención de acceder a cierta información. Esta es la lección que tenemos que aprender. Por ejemplo, las tierras raras, materias primas, etcétera. Poca tecnología hoy día o pocos aparatos contienen cero tierras raras, ¿no? Todos tienen una parte y de ahí su importancia. ¿Y qué pasa? Que la mayor parte se extraen en países que no son necesariamente amigos nuestros. Me pregunto pues si hay acaso una necesidad.
Earth metals which we've got in technology, and we have become a very throwaway country, nations in terms of. It ever ceased to amaze me when I went to buy a new mobile phone a few months back, when the salesman said, well, yours is 4 years old. That's quite an old phone. He has clients that come in every 6 months so to get the latest model. It just shows you, but amount of rare earth metals there is in, for example, an average mobile phone. And just whether we ought to be thinking about trying to set up recycling and deposits for systems or economies where we can actually recycle some of these metals, so we're not becoming necessarily reliant on the sources which are outlined in the report.
Thank you, Kevin. Recycling certainly will play a part in being more resilient and reducing the fragility of the supply chain. The problem is, in a growth-oriented world, we will never have enough, quote-unquote, enough. So it will be difficult. I think that the defense sector actually can be a role model for the civilian sector in that context, because military hardware tends to last longer. You will not tell a soldier that he will get a new piece of equipment every 6 months. They maybe would like to have a new piece of equipment every 6 months, but we know that we build tanks, submarines, guns. Every piece of equipment in the military world is built to last longer, to be reused easier, and to be maintained in the long term. So maybe the first question before going on into recycling is certainly a quick win. But the longer-term goal should be to increase maintainability of existing equipment so that we don't necessarily need to recycle, but that we can use your phone 4, 5, or 6 years, that we can change the pieces that break. I'm flabbergasted when I drive my car to the dealer for a checkup. They just tell me, yeah, we had to replace an entire subsystem of your car because one little piece was broken. Last time I had the bizarre situation. My tire inflation indicator was malfunctioning. So they had to replace the entire entertainment system of my car so that the tire inflation indicator would give the right result. I have no clue what the GPS had to do with my tires. But nonetheless, the car maker built the car in a way that they needed to replace like half of the brains of my car just for one light to not go on without anything being wrong. So I think we need to first look into maintainability, replaceability of certain parts, and then obviously if parts are broken or can't be maintained any longer, we need to recycle. We need to be more efficient in recycling, and instead of sending old stuff to the developing world, to emerging markets, because we believe it's easier to dispose of cars, mobile phones, or computers by sending them to emerging countries, we should try to recycle at home and then make products that are less easily broken, which have a longer shelf life, available to the markets that need them. In the military world, there's one gun that, and it's not a NATO gun, but we all know that the AK is like the most robust gun that has been sold across the globe. And why? Because you can maintain it for like decades. And we need to get to a world where we don't need to get new rare earth minerals every other day, but a world where we can reuse or continue using what we already got. And I think that's the first step into a much longer discussion.
Yeah, I ordered my new car last July. I got it last week because the semiconductors in the UK are obviously been given long. The only problem is now, Sven, I might perhaps need you to explain the computer system on it, because I think you need a degree in computing just to work out what it does. But anyway, our friend from Canada.
Merci beaucoup. Un peu dans la même veine des problématiques d'approvisionnement qui peuvent être critiques.
Thank you very much. In terms of supply chain problems and the criticality of supply chain problems, especially in the military, I was wondering about some nations who are our adversaries, to say the least, but who are the main holders of the market. They have lesser environmental standards, so mining there is much cheaper than in like-minded countries where extraction costs would be much more expensive. So wouldn't it be worth, especially for the military world, to consider using like-minded countries for the extraction of rare earth, even if it's more expensive, because in the long run, it might be better to mine more expensive than to have a break in the supply chain. Well, I believe it is history repeating itself. When I will introduce my report this afternoon on climate change, I will also be talking about the supply chain. And, well, especially when we talk about energy, we see it. Inflation is, well, one of the root causes of inflation is the energy cost. Why? Because we were over-reliant on sources of energy from countries that we thought were closer to our values than they actually were. I believe it's the same thing that you're talking about. We need to think now about a plan B, about a fallback solution. A network of nations that have rare earth resources, we need to find them now to assess where and when we could mine these resources, to know that we have a plan B at least to know that we have a plan B. Of course, we know the market. Of course, we know some of the governments who do not want to overspend because then, or to do, let's say, socially minded investments or supply chains. But countries that have bigger resources today, you know, lithium. Well, the US has lithium resources. Argentina, Chile, Australia. These countries are not NATO adversaries these days. Obviously, some are allies or some are very close partners. Well, let us think about that. Let us think how we can link up with these nations to secure supply. Even if the cost is too high today, well, you know, next time we have a break in the supply chain, well, we might actually need those more expensive supplies. Same thing for energy. The problem we have with energy supply now, we could have thought about it years ago. And I believe that this is one of the advantages of Nusrat's report. It's to raise the issue of resilience of supply chains. That is the first question. Oh, that's the first part of the answer.
Yes.
And we must be more efficient in the use of our resources. And that brings us back to the question, should we have a new mobile phone every 6 months? Can we keep those devices longer? And our industry, the defense industry has experience in building sustainable devices. So that's what we have to do. We have to build more sustainable devices so that we keep them longer. But I think both go hand in hand.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? No? Well, with that, can I thank you, Sven, for stepping in this morning, and also thank Nusrat for the report. And can I thank you, colleagues, for I think it was a very interesting debate and some thought-provoking comments. Now, we now have a coffee break until 12. Can I urge colleagues to be back promptly at 12, because we do have the Ukrainian colleague, the Minister for Digital Transformation, speaking at 12. So enjoy your coffee, but could I urge people to be back promptly for 12 o'clock? Thank you. Sorry, the coffee, I've just been pointed out, is to you. Well, your right, our left, stage left.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, colleagues, can we make a start? Could I ask people to take their seats? Ah, typical. You get detention there. Right, if we can make a start, colleagues. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, who's Gregory Dubinsky. He's an expert on international S&T cooperation, and he has been for more than 20 years. His previous experience at the National Academy of Science of Ukraine, the Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Education, and the National Security and Defence Council of Ukraine, and the mission to the Ukraine mission to the EU and the Embassy of Ukraine to the United States. He was appointed Deputy Minister for Digital Transformation in 2022. Minister, can I welcome you? It's a great privilege to have you address us today. At the difficult time that your country and the naked aggression which has been perpetrated against your country by Russia. We all stand in solidarity with you and support each individual member state in terms of the material support we're giving. We cannot allow Russia to win this war, and we salute your personal bravery and the bravery of your soldiers and your people who are standing up to the naked aggression which is being perpetrated against the free democratic country of Ukraine. It were very interesting, Minister, to talk and be informed about the digital sphere and the way in which warfare these days is about missiles, bullets and tanks, but it's also now in the cyber sphere. And I know as a country you've been under sustained attack in the cyber domain, not just recently but for a number of years. So can I ask colleagues to give the Minister a very warm welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your kind words, and you are absolutely right. You know, you can see my T-shirt, be brave, and it's our, main words last 3 months. Because of just only bravery gave us an opportunity. Bravery and your support will give us an opportunity to defeat our enemies and to protect our independence and the independence of the Europe, we believe. So many thanks for your introduction, for introductory words, dear distinguished participants of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I'd like to present some achievements of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine in previous years and right now. And my presentation may be a little bit longer, but just because we have some achievements and we have something to show. So it's a great pleasure for me to take part in the spring session of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Unfortunately, due to the beginning of the full-scale war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine on February 24th, the event which was to take place in this year in Kyiv was postponed. In war times, the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine continues to build a digital state, focus on the citizens, to implement pro-European reforms in the legal field, to facilitate access to convenient services with no queues, corruption and bureaucracy. Just a little bit of history for general understanding of our goals. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Ministry of Digital Transformation was established in September 2019 in order to achieve the following main goals. 100% of public services are available to citizens and businesses online. 95% of transport infrastructure, settlements, and their social facilities have access to the high-speed internet. 6 million Ukrainians are involved in the digital skills development program and creating the best condition for the IT industry. In order to achieve our goals of being the most convenient country in obtaining affordable services, we have created digital state brand DIA. In translation from Ukrainian, this word means action. And provided the opportunity for citizens to access digital documents and priority services via smartphone. The more services are transferred online, the more transparent the system will become. And the ministry is consistently working to launch new services even in times of the war. New services related to the submission of application for social assistance, information on destroyed housing, television and radio services are being quickly added to the application. We are ready to share our experience with the international colleagues and thus contribute to building a digital future of the world. Next slide, please. The DIA ecosystem includes 5 different projects. As you can see, DIA Portal, DIA App, DIA Digital Education Project, DIA City, and DIA Business. Next slide. Single state web portal of electronic services, DIA Portal. One of the main goals of the Ministry of Digital Transformation by the 2024 is to digitize 100% of services provided by the state, which is why we have created the DIA Portal. Now you can get more than 70 public online services on DIA Portal, become an entrepreneur and automatically register a sole proprietorship. Make changes to the business activity or terminate it. Receive a comprehensive e-Malatka service at the birth of a child. Register real estate rights. Receive a certificate from Register of Real Estate. Start construction and put the facility into operation. Receive a certificate of no criminal record. Get a soft loan for internally displaced person. Child birth allowance or monthly reimbursement of the cost of the child care service for children under 3 years. Send a declaration of income and pay taxes. Get extras from register, automatically register construction, change place of residency, receive an assistance for internal displaced person without data changes and many others. By the way, you can see behind me, it's part of our ecosystem, just as a map. Today, the DIA portal is used by more than 17.5 million Ukrainians. Next slide, please. DIA mobile application. In February 2020, a DIA app was launched, and DIA app provides citizens access to digital documents and top public services via smartphone. The following digital documents are currently available in DIA app. Passport of citizens of Ukraine in the form of ID card, passport of Ukrainian citizen for travel abroad, driver's license, a vehicle registration certificate and car insurance, student's ID, tax number, certificate of registration of an internally displaced person, child's birth certificate, display of actual registration of the place of residence, etc. So I believe you imagine from your own experience how important to have it, in your pocket, in your smartphone. DIA app is also an access point to public services such as payment of taxes and submission of declaration, review and payment of fines and traffic violations, review and payment of debts, enforcement proceedings, electronic signature in smartphone, check other persons or information system, the compliance of digital documents. Transfer of a copy of digital documents with the person's consent to other information systems, generation of COVID certificate of vaccinated person, change of place of residence, sharing vehicle certificate, obtaining certificate of good conduct. Through the mobile application DIA, the state government can quickly implement any social benefits because of through the registers, and it is possible to check the payment terms and quickly deliver money to the recipient. In particular, during the pandemic, Ukraine started a unique program, e-support, receiving Ukrainians who have been vaccinated payments from the state. In addition, through DIA app, you can get a lot of public services to declare residency, provide tax reports, pay taxes, fines, and debts. So I'd like to underline that DIA portal and DIA app are two different services. And I just mentioned the services you have in your mobile phone, your smartphone. And e-signature also has also been introduced, which is partially stored on the phone and partly in the protected cloud. E-signature generation is done remotely by identifying the face and checking the biometric photo in the demographic register. Thanks to DIA Pitpis, which means DIA signature, Ukrainians can sign any documents, for example, the contract with school for education of their children, even television is available in DIA. So this is truly, our proud, it is truly unique super app for the state, from the state. And in fact, we have implemented full-fledged mobile e-governance services application. Next slide, please. With the start of the war, a powerful information and cyber front was deployed. In particular, special military services were launched in DIA. Financial support to the inhabitants of the battlefield, which was used by more than 4 million Ukrainians, unfortunately. Service registration of destroyed property for compensation, and more than 150,000 objects, almost 400,000 citizens have already been registered. And particularly, you can see on the screen the chatbot, the enemy, through which Ukrainians can quickly inform about the movement of enemies around, or enemy equipment. And exactly, social services for registration of the internal displaced person and provide the financial assistance to them. So once again, for a moment, we count that this DIA app is used by around 70.5 million Ukrainians. Next slide, please. DIA digital education. In order to achieve the goal of digital literacy of the population, the online platform DIA Digital Education was launched, which embodies a new education format, an education series. It consists of two components. The first one is online components. It's a national online platform for the digital education, and the education process is presented in the form of educational serials. Currently, more than 70 educational series are posted on the platform, and more than 1 million Ukrainians already use this platform. The total number of registration on the platform DIA Digital Education is over 1,200,000 people, and all Ukrainian online school, we have around 270,000 people. Another component is the offline one. Namely, its network of 6,000 digital education hubs all over Ukraine. It includes libraries, administrative services centers, and educational centers where anyone can improve their digital skills with the help of qualified trainers and free access to receive free access to the platform. Next slide, please. DIA City. On the eve of the war, managed to introduce a special virtual legal and economic regime for IT industry. We call it DIA City. DIA City is a truly unique project. This is the best tax regime for IT companies in the world. The ability to quickly register residency. DSCT is a special legal and tax regime that creates favorable conditions for the development of IT business in Ukraine, as well as introduces a set of incentives for Ukraine as a high-tech digital state. DSCT will operate in parallel with the current conditions of the IT development. Thanks to the special regime, IT companies will pay lower taxes, will be able to build a transparent corporate structure, and will have better access to the investment. On February 8 this year, at DIA Summit, the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine announced the launch of DSCT. And in the first month, more than 200 top companies joined DSCT, among them Samsung, Reface, EPAM, and many others. The DSCT project was shortlisted in the Emerging Europe Award 2022 in the Modern and Future-Proof Policy category for the unique contribution to positioning Ukraine as a powerful IT hub by creating conditions for company development and attracting foreign investment. Next slide, please. DIA Business. The big goal of DIA Business project is to build a full-fledged, efficient, and effective ecosystem for the development of small and medium enterprises in Ukraine. It includes two components: an online component, 24/7 online one-stop shop business free consulting and services platform, DIA Business, you can see here, and the offline one, the network of entrepreneur support centers, DIA Business, in the regions offering free consulting on 75 plus areas of businesses like accounting, marketing, finance, taxes, etc. DIA Business is original and innovative in multiple ways. National coverage. DIA Business is the first in the EU and potentially globally business support initiative which covers the whole country while focuses on small communities. The minimum state guarantee number of DIA Business of flight centers 25, at least one in every region of Ukraine. Entrepreneur support centers DIA Business in Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Odessa, and consultation stand in Cherkasy and the Center for Students at the Taras Shevchenko National University were opened. Uzhgorod, Kremenchuk, Poltava, Ternopil, Bucha, Kryvyi Rih have been opened at the end of 2021. Due to the war, unfortunately, DIA Business, we have to develop it, and we were able to open DIA Business Center in Warsaw literally last week. Scalability. DIA Business was specially designed to easily scale into them as many local communities as needed. Outstanding scalability was achieved by developing a ready-to-use kickoff package, which includes detailed description of step-by-step procedures, template documents, template contracts, corporate governance policies, etc. Available to every community leader, city mayor, regional governor interested to bring the initiative closer to his fewer people. Zero cost to state budget. DIA Business relies 100% on private funding. The partners of this initiative as of today includes Visa, MasterCard, Nokia, Ukravit, and other businesses. The benefits of collaboration with global brands are twofold: building trust among small businesses that are typically skeptical about government-driven initiatives, and financing an initiative with private funds rather than budget funds. Next slide, please. Very important part of our activity is electronic communications. Therefore, today, the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine has the following ambitious goal to overcome this issue. providing the technical possibility to connect fixed broadband connection with a speed of 100 megabits per second for 95% of population of Ukraine until 2024. Ensuring the availability of mobile broadband connection with a speed of at least 2 megabits per second for 95% of population of Ukraine until 2024 as well. 75% of households use fixed broadband internet access with a speed of at least 30 megabits per second. 95% of social infrastructure institutions and local self-government bodies are connected to a broadband internet access at the speed of at least 100 megabits per second. Access to the internet should be it should be a right for every Ukrainian provided by the digital-oriented state. Over the last 2 years, Ministry has managed to significantly improve the country's digital infrastructure, which is now severely damaged, unfortunately, and 9,600 rural settlements managed to cover 4G mobile internet. It's more than 3 million citizens, and 9 million Ukrainians managed to improve mobile internet. We also supported the development of fixed communication. The state provided a subvention for laying of 70.3 thousand kilometers cable to connect more than 6,000 social facilities and villages in Ukraine. To ensure that digital solutions and services are accessible for everyone, Ministry of Digital Transformation accelerates Ukraine's connection to high-speed 4G internet and implements one of the key goals, deploying new prospective 5G technology, and we expect it to start deployment of the 5G networks in Ukraine at the beginning of 2022, this year. Also, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine studies the approaches and experience of international partners regarding the release of radio frequencies in the 700 and 800 megahertz bands from the other users, except mobile operators, and introduction of fourth generation on the railways, as well as the launch of 5G in frequencies range of 700 megahertz and 3.4, 3.8 gigahertz frequency bands, as well as obtaining advice on mechanism of organizing and conducting tenders of frequency bands. Ukraine strives to join the EU digital single market and harmonize the domestic legislation with the European law, with acquis communautaire. Currently, the fundamental law of the industry is electronic communication, which implements the European Electronic Communication Code approaches, has entered into force. For these reasons, it is necessary to update all the legal and regulatory framework following it. This law, among others, guarantees universal service as access to the fixed broadband internet for all citizens of Ukraine. Also, a legal status of the regulatory in the field of electronic communications is ensured at the legislation level. Its powers and independence and fully in line with European approaches. According to this, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine considers development of mechanism, normative legal acts, and searches for model of state financial assistance to provide persons with disabilities and vulnerable categories of citizens with fixed high-speed internet access services to meet the needs of vulnerable social group of consumers, and including to provide them with price affordability. So I have to, to underline that we had very ambitious plans even at the start of this year. But right now, unfortunately, we have to restore connection all over the territories which were occupied because of even our cell infrastructure, mobile infrastructure was significantly ruined on many territories. So next slide, please. Paperless regime. The paperless regime is the basis of the digital state. It will allow Ukrainians to receive public services online, quickly, and public authorities will be not able to demand from a person information that is already available in the registers. It's very important, also to emphasize that we are working on this approach, and we'd like to equal e-document to their paper equivalents. The relevant law on peculiarities of providing electronic public services, which will speed up the regime of creation, was adopted by our Parliament, Verkhovna Rada, and entered into force on November 7, 2029. Next slide, please. The Ministry of Digital Transformation continues to perform systematic work on implementation of the EU Association Agreement and revised roadmap of Ukraine's integration in the EU digital single market. According to estimates of leading Ukrainian economists, Ukraine's integration in the European digital single market is expected to increase Ukraine's GDP by 12.1%, as well as contribute to positive changes in the bilateral trade. Exports of Ukrainian goods to the EU will increase by 11.8 or 17%, which means 3.4 billion euros. Services 7.6, 12.2%, which means 302 up to the 485 million euros. And exports of European goods to Ukraine on 17.7, 21.7%, it's equal around 5 billion euros. And services also will increase on 5.7, 9.1%, which means 191, 305 million euros. We are making every effort to provide citizens and businesses with accessible and secure electronic trust services by implementing a joint working plan for cooperation between the EU and Ukraine on electronic trust services, which is a view to a possible agreement based on approximation to the EU legislation and standards. It will provide new opportunities for online cooperation between European and Ukrainian companies and receiving online services by citizens across the borders. Next slide, please. Protection of the rights and freedoms of citizens of Ukraine who are in the territory of EU and other states as temporarily displaced persons. The Ministry continues to actively cooperate with foreign partners in order to develop technical solutions and resolve legal issues related to the recognition by foreign states of electronic documents generated by the United State web portal of electronic services, DIA portal, using unified and state registers. Inclusion of Ukraine in the EU trust list for the recognition of Ukrainian documents in the application DIA, and the development of the European Commission relevant clarification recommendation to the EU member states. In early May this year, our team has prepared a position paper that briefly describes the entire business process benefits for EU countries and existing successful business cases of using the application DIA to make individual payments, provide social compensatory and other benefits to the displaced citizens of Ukraine who are currently in the European Union. It was successfully presented to all participants of the Solidarity Platform, and we look forward to support the European Commission in this process. Next slide, please. Countering war and platform propaganda. Unfortunately, Ukraine has become hostage to an inability of online platforms to effectively address the problems of disinformation and propaganda of war. Numerous fakes, attempts to hide the truth about the crimes of Russian troops in our territory have become another weapon in the arsenal of the aggressor. In this regard, Ukraine welcomes and supports European initiatives aimed at strengthening the accountability and the responsibility of online platforms, in particular through the adoption of the Digital Service Act. It is important for us to convey the leadership of social network, the inadmissibly of remote situations where the truth will be hidden and the military aggression glorified. It is critical to involve more human resources in modernization and updating war-related content in Ukraine, and to supplement community standards with provisions that meet today's challenges. Despite the war, we are doing our best to provide citizens, businesses, and with accessible and secure electronic services. We are grateful for the support of our state from all international communities. And indeed, let me emphasize that we feel your support. I had meetings with your colleagues in different countries, from different countries, and without your support, it will be extremely difficult for Ukraine to fight right now. Thank you for your attention.
Can I thank you, Minister, for that presentation? Questions or comments? Our friend from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, I have a question because in the Czech Republic we are using to access e-government services bank ID, which means that citizens can access e-government services through mobile banking. So do you plan something different, something similar? Because to us help this service to make e-government service much more available and popular. So it's maybe also a recommendation.
Thank you for your question. I was going to ask the same. We have bank ID also. We have as a multiple, we have a few options how to sign up in India, and mobile ID, which were given by banks, are also one of the options, but the application is much wider. It provides you with the opportunity to generate and to have access to many different documents and services. And even now, considering the critical situation with our refugees or temporarily displaced person, we are conducting negotiations with your colleagues, particularly from Czech Republic, in order to recognize our digital documents first, and the second option to use our access to the registries and to use our services to manage your, let's say, financial assistance or any other options, to communicate with Ukrainian citizens. It's our absolutely, clear position that we are trying to decrease your expenses, your administrative expenses on our citizens. And besides that, we have also a negotiation group, and as you probably know, European Commission opened a call for a digital wallet. And we are also looking for partners on different consortia to enter together, and we are ready to provide our experience of the application. We are ready to provide our protocols. We are ready to provide our procedures to our partners. And I truly believe that probably at least European Union needs some unified protocol for exchange electronic documents. I mean personal data, personal documents. Besides the GDPR, beyond the GDPR, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Sven.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Minister, and thank you for the presentation. It was very insightful, and I'm astonished how much Ukraine manages to online during times of war, while I can only speak for Luxembourg. We don't even manage that during peacetime. So it's very impressive what you're doing. My question relates again to the DIA app. You mentioned that you have the personal documents like passports, ID cards as a wallet on the app. And it's a bit similar to what my Czech colleague just asked. Where are the challenges to get them recognized in the European Union? Is that a question where the European Union can do it, has to do it, or is it a question where the national governments are the blocking issue? And then, obviously, did I hear that correctly, that you currently are able to issue digital documents like a passport on the app? So if I would be an Ukrainian citizen, if I had the app, I could get my new passport directly on the app. Thank you.
Thank you for this question and clarification. You know, I even would start from other end. Many of our citizens, they unfortunately they escaped country in the situation of emergency. Many of them even have no paper documents, and really in Ukraine we adopted the legislation, and your protected e-passport equals your passport, paper passport. And we would like and we are conducting negotiations with EU countries also to recognize these electronic documents. We have very good experience. We had experience of COVID certificates. We have a procedure how to generate QR code on your smartphone, which will be the proof of the access to the databases. So you have no direct access to the personal data, but the personal data, the server will generate QR code, which will be proof that you have COVID vaccination. And we are right now trying to discuss the same idea or the same protocol with European Commission and with the member states. Particularly, we decided last week that we had such meetings with European Commission, with DG Connect particularly, and we decided to start bilateral negotiations with a few states where we have many of our citizens right now as temporary displaced persons. Maybe we will start on the bilateral track, it will be easier. But if we will be successful, if we will be able to develop some mutual, understanding and mutually acceptable protocols and procedures, we would propose them to the European Commission and to consider them, maybe as a part of this ID wallet program. Thank you.
Any other contributions? Minister, can I ask a question in terms of, it's a very impressive presentation. Clearly, not just in terms of the recent aggression against your nation, but for many years you've been attacked by Russia in terms of cyber crime. What have you done in terms of resilience, in terms of in the past, but also now, in terms of ensuring that the digital network that you've set up and established is secure and you're able to detect when attempts are made to disrupt the online space which you've created?
Excellent question. Many thanks. I believe it deserves even a separate presentation. So first of all, I'd like to use this opportunity and to express our deep gratitude to the NATO Trust Fund, which allowed us, and provided us with support and helped us to strengthen our cyber resilience. So we have more developed infrastructure, we have more experience, we have a specific software, we had trainings for our experts for that, and we are able to detect some threats in early stages and investigate them. But besides that, the important part of this cyber resilience, it was access to our databases and to our registries. literally 2 days before the war started. We adopted legislation which allowed us to move our digital registries to clouds. And just because of that, our economy, our state is continuous, continues to work. Because of one of the first hit, maybe the second day of war, the missile hit our main data center. But we were able to migrate and to make a code and different backups of our databases. And once again, I want to use this opportunity to express our, thanks to our colleagues from EU countries, which are, even hosted our databases on their territory. Particularly Poland hosted our tax services. Registries of our tax services. And, even we have war ongoing, severe war on our territory, economy continues to work, the state and the government continues to work. We are working in full-fledged, and we have all access to all data. But definitely we have to strengthen, and we are experiencing very hard attacks from Russia on our digital, in our cyber sector. And we would like to first of all, to ask you to provide us with more support on that. But from other hand, I would propose to use this opportunity for your experts and even for your government and your government, non-governmental experts and companies to use the situation and to study this experience. Unfortunately, we have it. We are serving as a test bed for many technologies, but let's try to make this and to give you opportunity to protect your cybersphere better against, possible Russia's hostile attacks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other points anyone wants to raise? Our colleague from Canada.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very impressive, especially when we see that in my country, many ministries are still using paper documents. Can you hear the translation? Can you hear the translation? Can you hear the translation? This is the English channel. Can you hear me now? Can you hear the translation?
Parfait. Est-ce que vous souhaitez que je recommence?
Do you want me to start? I think you haven't heard the beginning of my intervention, right?
Could repeat it.
Absolument, sans problème.
Yes, no problem. So I would like to thank you for your presentation. It's quite impressive indeed. In my country, several ministries are still using paper documents and thinking about the migration ministry, for example, and this is quite problematic. So I have two questions. First of all, the documents that are provided through DIA, are they also supported with a paper version? I'm thinking about a birth certificate or a passport. Is there a paper copy, a paper document, in addition to the electronic document? And then second question, what about a long-term vision? In the longer term, are you going to be fully electronic, and are you going to give up paper documents? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. It gives me opportunity to tell you more about our digital vision of our digital future. And by the way, a few days ago, we had a very fruitful mission with Minister Champagne, and we discussed the possible option for cooperation with Canada on digital technologies in different spheres. And getting back to your question, so for a moment we are issuing, we have two documents. We have a paper copy and we have e-copy. So, but you are not obliged to keep your paper copy with you, whether you have your e-copy. Our legislation provides you with a right not to show the paper copy at all. So government will not, or any governmental representative has no right to demand from you a paper copy if you will show electronic copy. The second point about the long term, the long term, our long-term vision that we are moving from this DIA app, DIA portal, we are moving to the full concept of, let's say, smart state, where we will optimize all procedures, we will reduce the cost of administrative procedures, we will reduce corruption, and we will introduce the full transparency. And frankly, in this state, probably it will be unnecessary to have any paper documents. Or I can propose you another solution for that. For example, International Computing Center of the United Nations has such service that where you can store the electronic copy of any of your paper documents, and even if you unfortunately will become a refugee, you can refer to this copy on their server from any country of the world and receive a confirmation. So you have kind of depository of such documents. Maybe it's also kind of an option for this solution.
Any other questions? Anyone? Minister, can I ask another question? Is in terms of the cyber attacks you are receiving from Russia, what's the main area that they're attacking? And the other thing which I think has surprised many of us is the failure of Russia in terms of their cyber attacks. Obviously down to your good countermeasures, but have we overestimated their abilities, or is it just that you've become very good at, because you've been under attack for many years, good at responding to them?
Because of this war did not start on February 24th this year. This war started 2014, and if you'd like a little bit of history, we experienced some cyber attack in previous polls of Ukrainian presidents, and even before 2014. And after that, we experienced 4 severe attacks on our energy systems. We experienced PETIA and non-PETIA. So unfortunately, we had a lot of opportunities to understand their tactics and strategy. So we are starting on this. We are studying them, and we are training on this war. It's why I propose to you, that we are even ready to share our experience. We are trying to protect our registers, first of all. They are trying to attack our websites, but I'm afraid the key aim for them is to get access to our registers and to our bank system, to create a chaos in the state. And as you can see, we can sustain that. But again, thank you for your support. Thank you for NATO member states and NATO organization. And definitely they will not stop. We consider this war as a hybrid war in full term. They started from cyber attacks because of we fixed them in a week before the physical aggression, kinetic aggression. We fixed them a month before that. They were trying to attack our critical infrastructure, and not only military, but just any critical infrastructure. And we do not expect they will stop this war. This war not only in kinetic, this war also in cyber and information sphere. I did not, maybe spend enough time explaining the information warfare, but unfortunately one of the key weapons of Russians is their propaganda, and not only inside their country. This brainwashing, which makes them, like medieval tribes, but also outside. And all of these narratives about the famine in Africa and the rest, them not as well as me, and so I believe it's very harmful for our relations. It's very harmful for the world. And we have to somehow, you know, to make a countermeasures to stop spreading of this disinformation. Sorry, it's a little bit not the question, but make this long answer short. They are capable to attack in a very sophisticated way, but still we are able to protect our critical infrastructure for their attacks.
Thank you. Niles from Iceland.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for this introduction from Ukraine. It's quite interesting. I wanted to go a little bit more into the cybersecurity issues. And can you comment on the declaration of war against the Russian government by the hacker group Anonymous? Because we in the West, we have seen that there has been some written about it in the international press, and that it seems to be, you know, have been quite useful. Do you have any comments concerning that on the Ukraine war?
Thank you. Good question. You know, tricky but good question. Many different groups and many different volunteers they support Ukraine. We are, you know, we receive massive support and humanitarian aid. We receive massive support for our citizens. We also receive support from different groups in cyberspace, and Anonymous is one of them. Anonymous is not a single group, you know, and not even the group as such, but many people who shares our vision, who shares our values. They are trying to help us in our fight against Russians, in our fight for our independence. And they are doing what they can do. And sorry about à la guerre comme à la guerre. We have to use any opportunity to defeat our enemy, and we are trying to block their activity in cybersphere as well. First of all, exactly, we are trying to block activity of all kinds of APTs, 28, 29, like cozy peers, others. But also some members of anonymous groups, they decided to attack also the center of spreading disinformation, like Russia's media. It was their choice.
Thank you.
So let's say, you know, maybe we will be able to comment in wider, you know, in more details later on when we will win this war. For a moment, you know, we have what we have. Unfortunately, you know, we have no such response for social media platforms. Even we are in very close contact with Meta, and Meta supports us, and Google with YouTube also supports us. And we appreciate, you know, the activity of YouTube, which was trying to keep in Russia, despite their position to quit the country, to quit their business. They kept in, they were trying to keep in Russia to provide people, Russian people, at least a little bit of truth, to make a hole in this iron curtain, you know. And because of, unfortunately, it's complete brainwashing in Russia's media. But all of these social media platforms, they have very complicated procedures. Maybe such procedures are very good for peacetime, but in wartime, you know, they are not appropriate, really. Really, you know, we want to show the truth. We want to show them what's going on. Exactly, I do understand that social media platforms, they are not allowed to show, you know, dead bodies and to show all we had in Bucha and Baraganka and other places. But it's also important for the world to provide them an opportunity to see the truth.
Well, I think Minister would all agree with that. Are there any other questions or contributions? No? Well, can I thank you, Minister, for your presentation and discussion. It's been very informative, and I think I speak on behalf of all members present today, not only to salute you for what you're doing personally, but also thank you to the brave men and women of Ukraine who are fighting for their freedoms, but also fighting for our freedoms. So can I just say, if you could pass on our thanks for what they're doing, but also their complete solidarity in terms of ensuring that the freedoms which we all take for granted and which you quite rightly want to experience and continue to experience do succeed against this unwarranted aggression. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all the members. Thank you for distinguished participants. I'd like to express our deep gratitude. We appreciate all of your continuous support. Without you, it will be extremely difficult, even impossible for us to fight for all of them, for our common values. And I believe we can win just only together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we now break for lunch at 1, and we've got to be back here at 2:30 for our continued proceedings this afternoon. So thank you very much for this morning's contributions.
pirmas.
Gerai.
Taip. Pirmas.
Taip, gerai.
Pirmas.
English, yeah, pirmas. Check.
Pirmas.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Pirmas.
Okay.
Pirmas.
Right, colleagues, can we make a start? I hope everyone's had a nice break. Now on the agenda, on item number 7 on our agenda, which is a summary of the committee and subcommittee's activities for the rest of the year, which I'll hand over to Stefan in a minute to run through. But we had a very successful visit to the subcommittee to London and Portsmouth, and can I thank those colleagues that attended. I think people seem to enjoy it, and we even arranged the weather for you. It was quite nice in London for that time of year. So that was a joint visit. So we also had a very interesting visit to Portsmouth. And from my point of view, it's always good, and from Stuart's point of view, I think Stuart enjoyed it as well. And it was good to see people in London. And I always enjoy hosting delegations to the UK. Right, so can we go on to the visits, Stefan? Would you like to just take us through what we've got proposed, and then I'll open it up for any colleagues to...
Yes, of course. We have 2 pending visits of the committee and the subcommittee. The first one will be to Israel and the Palestinian territories, and that will take place during the week of 4 July. It's a Monday, 4 July. The idea is to have a 4-day visit. We will start a 1-day visit to Ramallah in the Palestinian territories and then have 3 days in Israel. The Israelis have already agreed, but the reply from the Palestinians is still pending, but we are very optimistic that we will get that soon. That visit will focus obviously primarily on technology issues, issues related to the reports of the committee this year and also next year. That has obviously also to do with future of warfare, and I'm pretty sure we will also touch upon the implications of Russia's aggression against Ukraine for regional security. The second visit of the committee, respectively the subcommittee, will be to Japan. That will take place in September. We believe the Japanese delegation with whom we have been in contact has indicated they are going to send an official invitation letter soon, probably next week. That visit was originally planned to take place in 2020, then the pandemic struck. We tried to do that in 2021. That wasn't possible, but we will definitely do that in 2022. This report will, of course, focus on cooperation between Japan and NATO in the science technology area. We will definitely also cover Russia's war against Ukraine, implications for security, and look at future technologies which are relevant for security. That's where it stands. That will probably be, I guess, a visit which will take place for about 4 to 5 days. And we will keep you posted. The circular letter regarding the visit to the Palestinian territories in Israel will be sent to you soon after this spring session. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Stefan, for that. Any comments or? Good. No, thanks very much. Right. Sorry, yeah, Niles.
The day for Japan, do you have any approximately?
No, I would presume it would not be at the beginning of September. I presume it would probably be sort of in the middle of September or in the second half of September. The main reason, we are flexible, I believe, but the main reason I mention that now, but this depends obviously on the Japanese hosts and the availability of the chairpersons and the members, is that in our experience, directly after, in the first day after September, it's a little bit more difficult for members to participate because a lot of them are just coming back from the holidays and then you need to catch up with your agendas. But as far as the Secretariat is concerned, we're definitely very flexible. And if there are suggestions and it would be feasible for to implement them, they would always be welcome. But at this point, I would presume sort of either mid-September or in the second half of September. We try to nail down the dates as soon as possible.
My colleague.
And do you have an idea of where in Japan?
I'm sorry, of the?
Which city we will go?
Well, we definitely will go to Tokyo. And then we haven't really nailed that down. I think at this point we're looking at primarily interesting things that have to do with EDTs, the emerging and disruptive technologies. And because Japan is an island nation, I think we'll focus on maritime issues. So wherever we'll find interesting information material and briefings that refer to maritime issues and EDTs, we'll go. We have been in the past to Kyoto and other places. If there's special interest or suggestions, we would always be very well opening to suggestions and try to implement them. In our experience, two places is perfectly fine. 3 places that would have a negative impact probably on logistics, because we would probably then use too much time for commute, and that would cut away time for visits to research institutes, meeting officials, or companies that are S&T related.
I mean, we haven't got the actual program yet, but one thing that I'm always very keen to do, at least one day in the visit, is to go and visit somewhere. So whether it's a company or a research institute, because I think I'm not sure what other colleagues think, but I think you always get a lot out of visiting technology companies and or other institutes where they're doing new technologies. So hopefully, once we get some more information from the Japanese, we'll try and incorporate something like that. Like there is a visit to a company or doing something, or a research institute, something along those lines. Anything else? Sorry,
just, I mean, for the reasons you already said, yes, it would be definitely better, like in the second half of September. So if there is that kind of flexibility, it would be great. Because, as you said, we all come back from holidays, and maybe there are the first political things in every. And I think that would be much better. I think for all of us. So.
No, I think yeah, I think we're aiming for the second part of September. But can I just stress a point that Steph just made as well? Is that if anyone have got any ideas or any contacts with any companies or projects that you've read about or you've got some contacts with, please feed them in, because we always welcome suggestions from colleagues as well. Good. Any other points? No? Thank you very much. Right. Can we now go on to agenda item number 8, which is climate change, migration and adaptation, and the role of technology. I thought he was leaving us. I think one thing we'll have to certainly feed back to the Luxembourg delegation is that Sven is certainly earning his money today in terms of his contributions. So we're going to have a panel discussion, but Sven's going to open this session. So can I hand over to Sven?
Thank you, Kevin. The bad thing is that in Luxembourg Parliament you get paid the same amount, whether you have to speak once or twice. So it's a very bad day for my bank account today. Dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to be sitting here again, and especially to be here in Vilnius today. I'd like to, given that this is my report, formally thank the Lithuanian delegation for stepping in and hosting the spring session on very short notice. To our Ukrainian friends, I want to say that we have only postponed the session in Kyiv. We stand with you, Slava Ukraini. Let me briefly introduce the special report of the committee. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has completely overshadowed the recent report of the International Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, published shortly after the beginning of the war. But the IPCC report is clear. Climate change is real and poses a huge challenge for our economies and societies. Based on what we know today, the effects of and damage due to climate change can assume catastrophic proportions in the future. We already see this now. Extreme weather events and biodiversity loss associated with climate change have already inflicted heavy costs. In combination with resource scarcity and demographic growth, climatic changes are likely to create instability and insecurity throughout the world. Fragile nations will be impacted most profoundly. This could lead to state failure, violent conflicts, and uncontrolled migration movements. In short, climate change presents a real and growing international security challenge. Accordingly, my draft report draws attention to this threat and offers a few insights into NATO's evolving strategy to tackle it. The draft report I present for you today lays out how extreme weather events are impacting the ability of our military forces to operate. They pose a grave risk to the NATO's air, sea, and land operations, as well to equipment and infrastructure. These extreme weather events can also disrupt military supply lines, which are critical to military bases and operations. For example, extreme heat has severely burdened French counter-terrorism operations in the Sahel, NATO trainings in Iraq, and air operations in the same region. Climate change also already impacts our forces back home. For example, the headquarters of US Strategic Command was also flooded in 2019 following extreme storms. According to a same year 2019 Pentagon report, the damage caused by 2 hurricanes in 2018 and in 2020 amounted to $4 billion to repair Tyndall Air Force Base and Pensacola Naval Air Station in Florida. If we are talking about Top Gun, we also need to make sure that Maverick can still start and land his plane. In addition to the damage to military infrastructure, extreme weather events also put additional strain on our armed forces. This is because military forces often act as first responders to emergency. They are already partially overwhelmed by demands to provide support after extreme weather events, and the situation is likely to get worse. Especially when whole regions are being hit, civil first responders are often overwhelmed and need support from the military forces. Beyond the immediate impact of climate change on NATO missions, military infrastructure and troops, climate change is an accelerator of conflict and a threat multiplier. According to the UN World Meteorological Organization, climate change can roll back the gains in agricultural production, it can increase the potential for water conflict, and it can lead to more internal displacement and migration. Just look at the grain crisis that has been accentuated by the war in Ukraine, but also by the heat waves in India. Climate change will also make parts of the world more accessible. This can have both positive and negative effects. While it can significantly shorten sea routes, it can also lead to increased tensions in the High North. And those of you that joined us on the mission to the High North remember the discussions we had on the new access to the High North. In short, the combination of limited or dwindling natural resources and demographic changes can cause violent conflicts, both within but also between states. NATO first addressed environmental challenges with the establishment of the Committee on the Challenges of Modern Society back in 1969. It supported studies and fellowships focusing on air and noise pollution, as well as on hazardous waste. Nonetheless, climate change remained a secondary issue throughout the Cold War and afterwards. However, as many scientific studies started to reveal the far-reaching implications of climate change, NATO's interest in this threat grew. The 2010 strategic concept was the first occasion in which climate change was referred to as a security threat. An early concrete step towards mitigating the effects of climate change was the Green Defense Framework, adopted in February 2014. The framework listed numerous proposals to help reduce fuel consumption in the armed forces, as well as to introduce so-called green standards in NATO facilities. But this framework contained no specific targets or commitments. And the Russian annexation of Crimea in the same year put the Green Defense Framework on the back burner as NATO refocused on its core tasks of deterrence and collective defense. Another initiative, NATO's Smart Energy Project, highlights ways to reduce fuel consumption by integrating wind and solar energy in remote military bases, thereby reducing greenhouse gas emissions at the same time. But still, climate change and its potential impact on security received relatively little attention. In the meantime, however, new data on climate change and the effects on this phenomenon have changed the public debate on climate change. This has led to a significant shift on NATO's view regarding climate security, as the decisions taken at the 2021 Brussels summit testify. NATO is now committed to producing a serious assessment on the feasibility of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. The Alliance will also produce annual climate change and security impact assessments, and NATO's Science and Technology Organization, STO, will provide analysis of climate scenarios to inform member states on how to best prepare for future security challenges. The STO has already done work on climate change in the past. Most of the STO's work on climate change so far has been focused on maritime research, with the Center for Maritime Research and Experimentation, CMRE, in La Spezia, leading this effort. The center does a range of environmental science and conducts environmental monitoring and research, mostly on anti-submarine warfare. But overall, the STO's work on climate change outside the maritime domain has been so far limited. An important decision that NATO has taken is the development of a new methodology to measure greenhouse gas emissions, which helps determine voluntary goals for every specific allied country. But unless I missed it, I don't think that that announcement has generated any headlines in the media. But in my view, it's a crucial step towards mitigating the impact of climate change. There's also a renewed focus on energy efficiency through innovation. As technology evolves, scientists will develop new ways to produce energy as well, and this only underlines the importance of continued investment in research. NATO is a natural venue for allies and partners to experiment, exchange best practices, set common standards, and promote interoperability for equipment and energy production. Improving energy efficiency in military operations is an important pillar of NATO's efforts to mitigate climate change. My draft report also lists which role existing and developing technologies can play to counteract the negative impact of climate change. Among a variety of possible technologies, they include carbon capture and sequestration, carbon transformation technology, batteries, hydrogen fuel, and biofuels. In short, I argue that innovation, or more precisely, technological innovation, is important to help adapt to and mitigate the effects of climate change. Given the urgent and unprecedented challenges laying ahead, NATO and allied countries must promote the development of such technologies more strongly. An important and, in my view, underestimated step in this direction is to increase awareness and the development of common standards. While Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine is obviously a priority for NATO right now, we must not ignore the continuing and, in fact, increasing challenge posed by climate change. And the war in Ukraine is also profoundly tied to environmental considerations, among others because it betrays our ongoing dependency on fossil fuels and the security implications for all of us. This is why the Alliance needs to continue to reflect the higher priority of climate change in its policies and strategic documents. This is not only crucial for reducing the Allied military's consumption of resources, but also to increase NATO's relevance for our citizens. And on a personal note, it might not be a surprise that a German liberal Minister for Finance, said that weaning off Russian gas and oil is freedom energy. So renewables are now rebranded as freedom energy, and that also has military implications. We, as NATO PA, have been covering climate change as a security issue already since the 1980s. Over the years, the Assembly has made specific recommendations on climate change to NATO. Lately, in our contribution to the NATO 2030 project and the upcoming update of NATO's strategic concept. As NATO PA, we can do more. We can help our governments advance innovative approaches and solutions toward mitigating climate change at both the national but also international level. Cooperation among NATO member states on climate research needs to be improved and deepened, and this Assembly can and should continue making an active contribution to this end. Before I conclude, I would like to thank our research assistants for their help in preparing this paper. I want to particularly thank Alba Özdemir and Paul Comer. Thank you very much, because all I gave you at the start was a list of bullet points with ideas I had in my head, and you made it into a document that is actually readable and well-sourced. Thank you again, all of you, for your attention. I will welcome your comments, questions, and suggestions to this draft for the autumn session, and also the questions once we enter into discussion after the presentation by Julius. So, Julius, I would give the floor to you.
Well, thanks, Sven, for that. Shows sometimes when we do reports on this committee is how they have implications which we didn't know at the outset, in terms of they are now very much in focus because of what happened on 24th of February, and so I think it just shows sometimes our reports are not only relevant, but are actually looking at areas which will have implications long term. It now gives me pleasure to introduce this afternoon's speaker, Julius Grubelas. He said I could call him JD if it was for JG for sport, but he's the head of he's the deputy head of energy section in the Emerging Security Challenges Division at NATO. His responsibilities include conducting energy security analysis, developing NATO's role in the climate energy scrutiny domain. Previously, he worked in NATO's political affairs and security policy division, and before NATO, he worked as an energy security analyst in the Lithuanian government. He regularly lectures on energy security and climate change at various academic institutions, and today he's going to speak to us about security implications of the green energy transition. So the floor is yours, JG.
Many thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Sven, for a really comprehensive and interesting report. I read it with pleasure, and I'm very happy to be here. So my name is Julius Grubliauskas. I work at the NATO headquarters in the Emerging Security Challenges Division, and this division deals with so-called emerging and non-traditional challenges to NATO, like cyber defense, innovation, data, science cooperation, counterterrorism, energy security, and climate change. So I think climate change really fits well in the division, and it's a relatively new topic for us. You know, only last year, as Sven mentioned, we adopted at NATO the NATO Climate Change and Security Action Plan, which is now being implemented. And at the Madrid summit, in almost exactly a month, we will deliver the first climate change and security progress report, and also the impact assessment on climate change and security. That basically identifies the key challenges and risks to NATO coming from climate change, and how it impacts our missions and operations. And also, as Sven mentioned, we have developed a methodology to assess emissions from our military structures and installations at NATO, including a potential target, how much we can reduce emissions from the NATO installations. And that methodology could also be some sort of guidance, voluntary guidance for allies in order to reduce their emissions in their respective defense sectors. That's basically the agenda, but I think the biggest part of activities at NATO related to climate change are actually related to adaptation, because it is the biggest headache also for us to understand how can the military and NATO as the alliance and organization adapt to this big transformation, to the energy transition as well, which is to a large extent very much about technologies and innovation. So the challenge of climate change, nobody doubts that it's going to be one of the biggest security challenges in the decades to come. And we have that enshrined in our Brussels Summit declaration from last year. I'm pretty sure that climate change will feature significantly in the strategic concept, because the strategic concept outlines NATO's agenda for the decade to come. So this is a long-term challenge. It's very important for an organization like NATO not to focus only on the short-term challenges and the day-to-day business, which we get very much involved into, but to maintain this strategic outlook and keep the eye on the big horizon, what's coming next in the years to come, and how we need to adapt to this and how we need to transform ourselves. In that discussion, energy transition is a very important element, and this is why I would focus a bit more in my intervention on the green energy transition. We can discuss, how the energy transition will continue to take place, but nobody again is arguing that it must continue and it must be sped up, because if we want any chance of slowing down climate change, it is primarily about energy. 3/4 of all the emissions come from the energy use, fossil fuel use. So the challenge of climate change is actually, to a large extent, it's a challenge of energy. And in addition, we have other challenges like methane leaks from the gas industry, and methane, as we know, it's a much more harmful and potent element that speeds up climate change. So, as we heard from Sven, climate change has a variety of implications on security, including NATO's missions and operations. It is a burden for us because it takes away lots of attention and capabilities. We have to deal now. The military has to deal with natural disasters, crises from climate change, and it's not necessarily the primary mission of the military. But military is always considered as a first responder, right? If you have a serious crisis, you want to also use the potential of the military. So it is a burden for many of our countries and their militaries. So we can't really ignore the impact of climate change on the military forces. The energy transition is specific, however, because it's also tied very closely to our national energy policies and also NATO's agenda on energy security. One thing all allies agree on is that more diverse, more sustainable, and more resilient energy systems will help both our environment and security. Now, the security element has been strengthened in the past few months, because now energy transition, as Sven mentioned, it's not only about environment, it's not only about reducing emissions, it's also about reducing the dependence on the import of fossil fuels from suppliers like Russia. So allies understand that if we reduce, the consumption of fossil fuels, we might as well start from those, coming from Russia, and it helps also our security, our strategic independence. The risk here, and the most difficult part that comes in, is that in doing so, we'll have to go through a very difficult transitional period. So the end state is, of course, beneficial for environment, for security. We all want to get there eventually into these decarbonized systems. But how to get there is a much more difficult question. And there are two groups of challenges I would like to briefly touch upon. And I will really welcome discussion on this. One group of challenges is about geopolitics and our neighborhood. And this group is maybe not so much for NATO as an organization to deal with, but for NATO to be aware of what's going on and to deal with these challenges as the alliance in talks among the allies and understand the way forward. And the other group of challenges directly affects NATO's military. And that we have to take seriously if we want to adapt as an organization to the energy transition. So I'll start from geopolitical. And of course from Russia. For Russia, energy transition has long been a great source of concern. Energy transition in Europe for Russia is a concern. Because half of Russia's budget revenues from energy come from energy, and most of that energy goes to Europe. And now the war in Ukraine is speeding up Europe's transition away from Russian energy for environmental and for security reasons. For Russia, it's a problem. They can't switch to China and Asia very quickly. It's going to be a long process. It's going to be very expensive and very complex. There are, very limited infrastructure with regard to gas, for example, that allow Russia to export to China. So it is very likely, and this is our assessment, that Russia will use cyber, hybrid, Stratcom, various means to target Europe's alternative energy sources and to demonstrate that Russia's energy in Europe is irreplaceable. We saw that already last year when Russia started to restrict gas supplies to Europe, European storage sites, and prices were growing very quickly. Many narratives coming from Russia's Stratcom narratives targeted the green energy transition by blaming Europe's green policies for rising energy prices. This is a very socially sensitive domain, very dividing topic, and can be used perfectly to divide societies. So it's obvious that some like Russia might be tempted to use this, and you as parliamentarians, I think you well understand the issue. So it's very important to understand what is Russia's strategy regarding Europe's diversification away from Russian oil and gas. I'll come back to that a bit later. The second challenge, geopolitical challenge, would be about the future of Middle East and North Africa, about NATO's South. The low oil price period between 2014 to last year, that was disastrous for many North African and Middle Eastern countries, but it was, as Fatih Birol, the executive director of the International Energy, said, it was a postcard from the future. It was, for them, it was a taste how the world would look like after the energy transition takes place and we become much less dependent on oil and gas from the Middle East and North Africa. So the question is, what alternative ways of development these fossil fuel producers can take in the future, because it takes a lot of time to prepare for this different future, and it's very easy to be addicted to oil and gas revenue. There are two risks here. First, if you have a sudden drop in the oil and gas prices, if you have a drop in demand, which will eventually come as we diversify more and more away from fossil fuels, you have a massive pressure on the economies, you have collapse in the societies, the government is having a very difficult time to ensure the security and stability of the country in those regions. So for them, it's a massive stability problem, which is also a problem for NATO because it's our southern neighborhood. Secondly, you have countries like China taking a lot of infrastructure in the Middle East and North Africa because they want to remain profiting from these oil and gas revenues. And we have a situation, especially with regard to Middle Eastern countries, that eventually some of those countries can be forced to make a choice. It's either economic partnership with China or political and security partnership with the West. And we want, of course, to make everything possible so they don't have to make the choice. And I'll come back to this element later. What can we do in managing this specific aspect? And the third geopolitical challenge, I think you discussed it to some extent in the morning, is about our growing dependence on critical minerals, which will be needed to support renewable energy technologies, production and storage, also the equipment and the know-how and the processing of these critical minerals. This we have to also understand from the point of view of the West. How are we going to manage this dependence, and what does it mean for our strategic competition with China? The second group of the security implications are about the military. The military clearly now faces the challenge of embracing sustainability, which we all want to do, while at the same time maintaining and enhancing operational effectiveness. It's not very easy to reconcile these two sides. And you, as the parliamentarians, you know that we have to win the hearts and minds of our populations to support the military. Putin made our job much easier lately, but the number one issue for the younger generation, if you ask young people from the street, which is the number one security issue for you, is climate change. And we have to be sensitive to environmental concerns in the military. It's also to a large extent about how we are perceived, how is the military perceived in the broader public. It's also about the support to the military from the broader public. So we have to address this issue, how to reconcile sustainability and the environmental side of things and military power and operational effectiveness. The second challenge that is coming to the military is the growing vulnerabilities related to electricity. In the past, the only energy source the military was really concerned about was fuel. So you get fuel, you're good. But now electricity plays an increasing role because our technological edge, our technological superiority, and this is the biggest advantage that NATO has, depends on power supply at all times. And this affects so many things because so many technologies are dependent on electricity. It's from 5th generation aircraft command and control to communications. And power, as we know, is quite vulnerable to cyber and hybrid risks. There have been many cases lately how cyber attacks can affect not only IT but OT operational technologies that directly affect the supply of services such as electricity. So how to address this vulnerability? Because we know that energy transition is about electrification. It's about moving more into the electricity domain and being less dependent on the fuel domain. The third challenge in the military is the compatibility and interoperability of technologies. We have a number of them mentioned in the paper, from hydrogen fuel cells to novel batteries. In the past, NATO had a massive advantage. You know, we have a single fuel policy, which is like the gold standard of energy. Everything can be powered, everything can be fueled by jet fuel, basically, with some additives. So for the military, it's so easy, so simple. They say if we want to be deployed somewhere, if you want to deploy somewhere in Africa, find an airport first. If you find an airport, you will find jet fuel there, and you can fuel everything. Every NATO vehicle, be it you know, a transport vehicle or a tank, everything can be fueled by kerosene with some additives, and it's so easy to achieve that interoperability. But now we have all kinds of new technologies. We have hydrogen, we have, you know, modern batteries, we have new equipment as well. That interoperability becomes quite a challenge. I mean, I was talking to some British military where they were complaining that basically they have to cut off the diesel particulate filters before being deployed to Africa. It's horrible from the environmental point of view, but you have to make sure that, you know, you can adapt to the technologies that are there. So it's important for NATO because we have to be able to train and fight together. So we have to achieve the same level of interoperability we have with single fuel policy, also with regard to other technologies. It's also important to understand that the military depends on civilian energy sector. We don't operate in isolation. So as the civilian infrastructure changes, the military also has to take into account the adaptation. So now to the responses. I mentioned some geopolitical challenges and some military adaptation challenges. It's mostly about adaptation. Mitigation is important. We understand that NATO has to do more in reducing the emissions, but we are also realistic, understanding that the military's contribution is limited. We will not save the day. We will not solve the climate change issue only from the military sector. So the key challenge for NATO is really adaptation. And then I can ask the question, can technology be the answer to everything? Well, not really, but it can play a major role. And I'll come back to the role of technology in particular. But first, on these big challenges. So on Russia, I think NATO needs to do more in studying and understanding Russia's response to the green energy transition in Europe. It's obvious that Russia has a plan, it has a strategy. We need to do a much better job in understanding it. What is their game and how they are also adapting to Europe's energy transition. On the Middle East and North Africa and their adaptation to the energy transition, I think we need to do more in strengthening partnerships with the Middle East and North Africa countries, help these countries to understand the risks of over-reliance on fossil fuel revenues, and sometimes, well, the small fund conditions attached to their business with China. On critical minerals, which we already discussed at length, this is also an area where NATO could do more, and I think it will be reflected in some documents for the Madrid summit. We need to understand better the dependence of the alliance and allies of China, our stock situation, and support science and research activities that explore alternatives to critical minerals, as well as innovation. On the military adaptation, right now the most of the focus at NATO headquarters is on those solutions that can support both sustainability and operational effectiveness. So we call them win-win solutions. And there are actually quite a few of them. For example, from electric bikes for special operations, that you've seen Ukraine is actually using. They are quiet, they are fast, it's very good for special operations missions, but they are also environmentally much more friendly. We have also examples like Type 212 submarines that Germany uses that complements diesel propulsion with air-independent propulsion by using hydrogen. Why is it good? It's not only that it helps also the environmental footprint, it's also helpful that the submarines using hydrogen can stay submerged for a much longer time, can be more quiet, do not have heat signatures, so they are less noticeable, and it helps the operational effectiveness as well. So these are the solutions NATO is studying, basically that could be useful for the military effectiveness and also for the environmental footprint. On electricity vulnerabilities in the military in times of transition, this is one of the proposals that we will submit for the Madrid summit documents, and it's in the energy security report that we are bringing there. We have to seriously embrace microgrids in Europe. In the US, the strategy right now that all the US military bases in the US and abroad have to be supplied by microgrids by the end of next year. Why is it so important? Because microgrids can be plugged into central grid, which is more convenient to use, but they can also operate in island mode. And if you have cyber attacks or disruptions in the central grid, you can operate completely autonomously. And they can also not only enhance resilience in this way, but also provide more sustainability through potentially some hybrid power generation. Because if you have a microgrid, you can plug in sources like solar, you can plug in also wind, you can even use diesel generators if you need to, but you can also have battery storage that helps to achieve higher efficiency of, for example, using diesel generators because they can run at optimal rate at all times. So if there is surplus, it can be stored by batteries. So microgrids are a very efficient way to achieve more resilience and to have uninterrupted power at all times, and also help in terms of sustainability. Europe is lagging behind in that respect when it comes to microgrids installation in the military bases and other installations. So we have to do much more here, and that NATO will try to develop some multinational capability projects to support allies with microgrid capability. On interoperability challenge at NATO, we have to have more NATO standards, exercises, training, exhibitions. In Lithuania, by the way, every 2 years we had, before COVID, innovative energy solutions for military applications exercise and exhibition, which allows basically to share the technologies among the allies and demonstrate them and take best practices from each other. Solutions often lie also in the private sector, so we need to engage better with them. And I would stress also one item which also will be included in our recommendations for the Madrid. We have to encourage the production of liquid synthetic fuels compatible with single fuel policy of NATO at home in NATO countries. The percentage might look small. We might achieve only maybe 4% of all fuel production in terms of liquid synthetic fuels. But first, it reduces the dependence on imports. For the military, that 4% might be just enough. And it's also fully compatible with NATO's single fuel policy. So it's compatible with every piece of legacy equipment we have today. And we have opportunities to produce these liquid synthetic fuels from a variety of sources, from biomass to, for example, blending hydrogen with CO2. It's doable, technology is there, but the key question is really political, and this is really about your work as well. Can we prioritize that? Do we have the political will to do that? It's sometimes economically not the most profitable thing, but do we want to prioritize, our adaptation and the values over simple economic efficiency? That's a question I think we had in many panels, because we have the technologies, we have innovation within the alliance, so we can produce these winning solutions for NATO. I think it's just a matter of will in the end.
Yes. Sven, Julius, thanks very much for those presentations. I think certainly I'm just trying to think the questions I've got is where to start really in terms of this subject. But can I open the floor to questions? Osmond?
Thank you very much for the presentation, and it was very, very interesting. It's coming, it's affecting NATO's operations, which when I was in the Science and Technology Committee reporter, I wrote a report concerning energy efficiency in NATO forces, so which is a very important issue to be considered, and what I heard from you, which is very critical and very effective. So you mentioned some points concerning Middle East and the price of gas and oil drops, and also in the scenario which will Middle East and North Africa will face when the energy transition change, and also in terms of geopolitical issues which will raise, it is also affected. And also China issue is very, very critical. You mentioned about that in Africa, and also in all infrastructure issues, and also critical materials for renewable energy issues. So these are also all concerns coming up. But as we know, when we come up to Afghanistan operation, which NATO has gone through and withdrew last August, and nearly 20 years, and after that, it caused a lot in terms of energy, in terms of issues. So it caused a lot to our forces. So, do you have any in NATO? So, as far as I understand, you have such a plan in NATO, because all the operations, maybe we will have operations in the future in the Arctic, for example. We will confront with Russia or whatever, or China, because of North Passage and etc. So, in terms of after the climate change, resources, carbon resources, or will be faced in Arctic also is available. As far as we know, 1/3 of carbon energy in the world is stay there. So there are many conferences. So do you have, I mean, in NATO, such a golden procedure or etc. in terms of army, because it is getting costly, and the theaters we will face, it will be more difficult than before in terms of such a situations. So what is the strategy within NATO? So you mentioned about that, but I would like to ask some more detail in terms of cost, which is very important is in the future. So you mentioned about energy and atomic, also nuclear energy issues in submarines, etc. These are the new energy transformation issues which we will face. Good presentation. Thank you very much. But
Sven,
if
do
you
you want to
put
answer?
details, it will be very efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is, I think, so multi-pronged that we will share the burden of answering. Julius said before, and I quote him directly, there are certain countries that have been addicted to oil and gas revenues. I would extend that to a quote of my own, that a few countries, and especially militaries across the world, have been addicted to cheap energy in the past. And that's a problem that we need to solve, and we need to wean off of unfriendly energy sources. We were too reliant in the past on energy sources that we didn't really control the supply chain, where we didn't really control how it got sourced and where it came from, and especially whose pockets we were lining with it. So that's maybe the first answer to the question. It doesn't really matter where we are operating, whether it's sourcing local fuel or sourcing fuel from across the globe. We need to get it there, but we first need to have fuel that is not paying our enemy directly or indirectly. That's one part of the answer. And the second part of my answer would be, if we are transitioning to other energy sources, we always need to be aware that it will take time. If we buy a new plane today, we are committing to emit over the next few decades. If we are buying a new tank today, we will not be retrofitting that tank to hydrogen or to any other source. So we need to be two-pronged in our approach. We need, on the one hand, wean off the energy. There's no discussion that fossil fuels contribute to climate change. I cited the IPCC report. So we need to wean off of that in the mid to long-term future. But every tank we buy over the next 5 to 10 years will not be a hydrogen tank. We need to be realistic about that. So we need to find technological solutions to have replacements for fossil fuels, whether it's biofuels, whether it's synthetic fuels. There are a few solutions that are available. We just need to find the green energy to make them viable. That will be the other challenge. The report asks the questions, asks us to direct the funds to the respective research so that we can achieve the goal. But it really doesn't matter whether we are in the high north or whether we are in the Sahel. The same question will come every time and every time again. And I would like us to imagine, for the sake of our militaries, imagining a world still based on burning fuel, where we can produce our energy needs closer to the front lines, where we don't need to ship energy sources by burning other energy. Because if we can achieve that, we will change the shape of our operations, and I think that that's something where the allies can contribute significantly. And having said that, I think Julius has some more pragmatic and down-to-the-earth ideas.
Thanks, Sven. Mr. Osman Bach, right? Yes, I remember your report. It was great. It was one of the first reports that actually addressed the issue of energy efficiency in the military. And the whole topic actually came with NATO's operation in Afghanistan, because we realized, that was back, I think, in 2010 or so, that when we realized how much does it cost to bring every liter of fuel to the remote areas of Afghanistan and the mountainous areas, for example, it's like $500 a liter or something. So then NATO has started to seriously look at the issue of energy efficiency, because it was the economic factor, but also the factor of the supply chain and saving, soldiers' lives, because you had to protect all these convoys bringing fuel to Afghanistan, and they were constantly targeted, and soldiers died. So it was about saving money, it was about saving lives. And this discussion then kicked off at NATO. can we do more about energy efficiency? Can we maybe manage energy in a smarter way so we don't depend so much on the supply chain? Maybe we can use some of the renewable energy. We can maybe use some local sources and such. I would say, in terms of your question, that now the narrative has changed in terms that we don't deal that much with operations and deployed forces abroad outside the alliance territory. But this issue is actually very relevant for collective defense, because now with increasing challenges in the eastern flank of the alliance, we also have to deploy across the European alliance territory or from the United States, which is large distance. You have to move a big amount of equipment, many troops. You have to move very fast, and you are dependent on the fuel supply chain. And in the western part of Europe, we have the NATO pipeline system, which allows fuel to be moved very quickly and efficiently by pipeline. In the eastern part of the alliance, we don't have such a NATO pipeline system. So we have to rely on all kinds of storage solutions in the host nation. You have to depend on the host nation for electricity supply. You have to plug in a Romanian or Lithuanian electricity grid. That grid might be vulnerable. It could be compromised. It could be hacked. There could be sabotage operations. It's not so easy to bring certain parts of the grid down. And you can't afford any of it because you need that power, as I mentioned, all the time for your enablement of your technologies. So the issue of having energy in a way that it's mobile, deployable, and dispersed. For example, you have not one dependence on the big grid of the country, but you have these microgrids. You have hybrid power generation that is mobile and deployable and can produce enough energy for the camp to be powered. Or if you speak about fixed installation, it can also power fixed installations. Or you have some innovative solutions for fuel delivery, including liquid synthetic fuel. That also applies to collective defense because it helps to ease the burden on the fuel supply chain, on the electricity delivery, because it doesn't come from nowhere. It comes, you are taking these resources from civilian population, and you are taking from the host nation, which also might be vulnerable to these attacks. So in a way, we think now about these smart energy and efficient energy solutions. Also, in a similar way, like we did think about the operational environment and forward operating basis, now we try to apply same solutions or similar solutions for collective defense. So it's still very much relevant, but in a different way.
Thank you. Can I have an address from Iceland, please? We've got two from Iceland, so go on then, you go. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a
quite don't fight amongst the Icelandic delegation.
Yes, Chair. Now we will hear some views from Iceland concerning green energy, and we are of course quite. We think about this a lot, and of course coming from the high north, it's a big and important issue for us. And one of those is the acidification of the sea, and due to fishing, it's a big subject for us. But what I wanted to, in the bigger picture, because that probably Anders will also have some questions concerning this, and maybe for AG about the bigger picture of security policy, energy policy, and the climate change. That I think probably will be the three biggest issues combined in the next 10, 20 years in so many ways. Because actually we have been talking about this here in the science and technology for the last years, about the security policy and the energy policy, and then it becomes one of the big issues, really one of the biggest at the moment. And there's also two books maybe that I read about 30 years ago. One is Competitive Advantage of Nations, Michael Porter, came out in 1989. That's important in this concern about the competitiveness of the nations. But 1 year later, there was Daniel Jürgen. There was a book, The Price, The Epic Quest for Oil, Money and Power. It was about the age of the oil for the last 150 years. When the Rockefeller started to drill in Pennsylvania, about 1870, and how the history, world history has really been about the oil for the last 150 years. It's very interesting. And now I've said that back home that we are at the end of the oil age, probably in the next 20, 30, 40 years. And the competitive nations will be how we make the green energy. So this is just for Europe and everybody, how you're going to compete in those things. And so therefore this is important. I think this will be the issue for the next years. In Iceland, we make about, of the use in Iceland is 85% green energy. And so, and we expect in 2040 it will be the CO2 emission free. The European Union has the same goal, a similar goal, but the green energy is 15%. So this is a really huge task. How are you gonna do it? And therefore, we, here you're, in bigger picture about this and the AG about those, because you'll be working inside of NATO and the disrupting emerging technologies and things like that. So it will be interesting just to, because I think those are the fundamentals really what we are talking about in the bigger picture. Just in the end, 10 years ago, there was a Chinese icebreaker at my home in northern part of Iceland. And in the summer of that year, it sailed just over the North Pole over to China. It's called Snow Queen, the icebreaker. That's 10 years ago. And I think it's very interesting. Osman talked about the northern passes. We have the northeastern passes, northern passes, and northwestern passes. So that's very, good to hear about this. But I just want to notice the Chinese have been thinking about this for a long, long time, and we know the Russian, what they are talking about today with those 8 bases up there around the passage. Thank you.
Who wants to take that?
Maybe I start with the High North because it's. I'm a pirate, so I'm linked to the sea, and I really, I know it will be funny to debate ourselves, but there's now one geopolitical question that will be linked to the Northern Passage, and that will be Finland and Sweden joining NATO, or potentially joining NATO. Let's hope that passes. It will essentially limit the area of operations for Russian submarines and Russian ships even more, except if new areas of operations open up in the near future. When we were in Tromsø and in Kirkenes, we got told that there's a lot of talk about the passages, but currently it's viable for icebreakers, for smaller operations, but not yet for full-scale commercial exploitation. What we didn't talk a lot about is small-scale military operations and the geopolitical impact, especially now with Finland and Sweden joining NATO, which will redraw a lot of borders, and especially also the areas of operation, access to the Atlantic for the Russians, also the surface of attack, because Russia will be afraid of sustaining their bases in the High North simply because the surface of attack will increase. So I think that there will be a lot of conflict points already there, and Russia needs to, the same as the Chinese, look into new passageways, and so they will be even more interested in pressuring the High North even more. That's at least my opinion, and climate change, if not mitigated, will help them, or will at least enable them to do that more efficiently. So that if there would be no other reason to be concerned about climate change, and I think I mentioned a lot of reasons why we should be concerned, but if there would be no other reason why we as an alliance should be concerned by climate change, It's exactly that. It will open up new areas of operation where we have, in the past years, not have had a lot of experience, and where our foes have increased their operational awareness and readiness over the last years. That being said, I salute Iceland for 85% of renewables. I would be very happy if we would have 85% renewable energy. I also see your point about how the EU should increase from 15 to 100% in less than a lifetime. That will be more than challenging, and that's why in the report I mentioned a few technological avenues that will not necessarily demand that we rebuild everything. There's a lot of work being done in producing green steel. That's still in its infancy. It needs a lot of hydrogen. Where do we get that hydrogen from? How do we get green hydrogen to Europe or to the US? Will we redo the same mistakes than we did with fossil fuels, buying from countries that are not necessarily our friends? Because where do we have the most opportunities to gather or to create green hydrogen? That would be mostly in African nations or on the Arabian Peninsula, which again increases it's a hotspot already. Now imagine if we give them even more leverage by relying not only for the current fossil fuels, but also for the future green hydrogen on the same few countries. That will increase our dependency on them, which in turn turns into a geopolitical nightmare that we are currently living in because of our dependency on Russian oil and gas. So I believe we really need to look into all of those issues, and not tomorrow, but today. And as you mentioned, we talk about this for 10, 20, 30 years. The NATO PA talked about this for the first time in 1980. NATO talks about this since 1969. This is not a new issue, but it's certainly, again, and I didn't have I couldn't foresee the future when we decided on this report that energy would be such a huge issue for this year. But it is, not only because of climate change, but also because of geopolitical questions. So we need to look into this today and not after tomorrow.
Absolutely. Full agreement with the remarks. But one aspect that I would like to highlight with regard to High North and energy, I remember around a decade ago, we had lots of discussions also at NATO about the potential exploration of oil and gas in the Arctic, and what is Russia's strategy, what is Russia going to do there, because they claim some areas there, and there is significant potential. We don't know how many resources are there, but that there were talks that the Russians could really go for it, and also with some support by China potentially. And then nothing really happened, and some people wondered why. Why didn't this big exploration of oil and gas in the Arctic take place? And the reason was simple. The oil price dropped. And this is exactly the reason why we have to work on reducing oil and gas demand and increasing the share of renewables, because that helps to bring the price down. And what happens if the price goes up? The producers, the companies that go for exploration, venture into the areas that first difficult, fragile, or risky. They have a high risk premium in a way. So this is what some, let's say, areas in Africa like. You have some, very dangerous areas to do exploration. But if the price is high, if it's above $100 a barrel and so, it could make sense to bring some, private security forces and actually try to do some exploration that also works for deep offshore you know, if you have a high enough price, you can try to drill in some difficult areas because it could make sense economically. You have a high risk of, you know, accidents and such, but you can afford to take this risk. And this is exactly what applies to the Arctic. The Arctic is one of the worst countries to do oil and gas exploration. It's dark for half a year. It's very cold. The distances, those who know the Arctic know, they are huge. We are talking about, you know, hundreds and thousands of kilometers. You have extreme weather events quite often. So we have very difficult conditions to do exploration. So if the oil price is what it was between 2014 and last year, there is no economic case for any explorer to really go into the Arctic exploration. But if we don't pay attention and if we don't do political measures domestically to limit the demand and increase the share of renewables, then, you know, the demand determines the price. The price will be high, and maybe it will make sense for the Russians to also cooperate with the Chinese because of the sanctions. They can't really rely on Western technologies. But there could be cooperation projects with China, and they could try to venture into the Arctic, the same risk as we had a decade ago. So this is, yet again, I think, one more argument to work seriously on energy transition away from fossil fuels.
Thanks, James. Now, I've got 4 more questions. I'm going to take 2 now, then 2 after that. So I'm going to Andreas first, then Cheryl from Canada, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Andres Jonsson from Iceland. I'm also a pirate. Julius mentioned that if you ask young people on the street what's the biggest security threat, they'd all say climate change. I think that stretches up into other age groups as well. And it depends on the country, but it's becoming a general consensus issue. And I mean, if we look at the idea of climate change as a threat multiplier at face value, that's basically saying that this is the overarching security threat going into the future, because it multiplies every other threat. So I think even the old guys that decided that would agree that it is a big issue. But Sven, the report mentions the military emissions gap a bit. And you say how NATO is announcing the development of a new methodology to sort of encompass the emissions of military operations. And I mean, we made a positive step in Paris, moving away from a blanket exemption that military operations had under Kyoto over to the voluntary system we have today. But we have serious underreporting, and we have a complete lack of transparency. And I'm wondering, rather than NATO making its own system of accounting, if we should be trying to push more towards using the same system as the rest of the rest of human existence, not sort of taking the military out of context of everything else, and just work towards putting military emissions on the table at the COPs, and committing to improving reporting according to the already existing standards within that framework, rather than making new frameworks for the military.
Cheryl, please.
Thank you. So I understood that you want to have these microgrids to be deployable. So you need your fuel source, and you've talked about nuclear reactors, and the micro nuclear reactors are in the testing phase right now. So that would be a solution. But my question on that is, we're only allowed to build nuclear reactors in countries that have are signatories on the treaty. So if we're going into a theater of war and that place is not a signatory, probably is not, what are the legal implications? Are we going to have some pass for that? I wonder if also we can agree that NATO cannot arbitrarily commit to a date for the green transition, but rather make sure the capacity exists before we set an arbitrary date the way we have in Canada. There's not going to be the capacity by the time our deadline is there. Interesting point, some of the nuclear technology, the generation of it, provides hydrogen as a byproduct. I don't know if that's what color of hydrogen that would be or if it's even included, but I'd like to know. And lastly, you were talking about rare earth element alternatives. Are you looking for substitutes, or are you thinking that there might be a way to manufacture by changing the composition nuclear base? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we will try to group the questions a little bit. The first question about the methodology of assessing emissions in the military, we did indeed cooperate with some allies on this, especially Denmark actually has contributed quite a lot. And the intention of NATO is to streamline this assessment as much as possible. The problem is that our mandate at NATO regarding emissions assessment is only concerning NATO's as organizations, installations, which are not that many actually, but not allies' defense sectors. And with regard to allies' defense sectors and emissions assessment or any kind of targets in the allies' defense sectors, yeah, there was quite significant resistance by some allies in NATO. No secret, some allies wanted to keep it for themselves, and I mean, we have a consensus rule at NATO, we have to respect that. So what we did is that we basically produced a methodology which we will share with any ally that is interested in basically assessing its own emissions. And that methodology is very much aligned with other major bodies of climate change, including UNFCCC and IPCC, and also International Energy Agency was a bit involved in this. Yeah, when it comes to NATO and basically doing more in assessing allies' defense sectors emissions and introducing any kinds of targets, yeah, we have some political difficulties in doing so. Nevertheless, if allies voluntarily want to just simply include their military defense sectors into the overall reporting, they are of course free to do so, and they can do that in the framework of COP or any other framework. So it's nobody really prohibits them from including their defense sectors, but we as NATO we can't really enforce them to do so. On micronuclear, small nuclear reactors, the microgrids that I mentioned, I think the main focus here is microgrids as a distribution method. So in terms of distribution, it has an advantage because it's not connected, or can be connected, but can be also disconnected when needed from the central grid. So it gives you the autonomy of distribution. With regard to generation that would be used to supply this microgrid, that story is a little bit different because there is no consensus in NATO regarding the use of small nuclear. I mean, we support all efforts to, produce generation as much as possible, modular, deployable, autonomous way. So, for example, hybrid power generation, which would use solar or wind, or even diesel generators, if need to be, fine. Maybe there is a more efficient method of using them if you have also batteries on site. If some allies use small nuclear, then of course they can do that. But so far, we don't have any sort of a policy or guidance NATO-wide on small nuclear. And there is some hesitance from some allied countries regarding nuclear in general. There are some sensitivities, so we haven't got there. We are exploring the issue. Next month, actually, we are bringing a team of scientists to talk about Project Pele. So they will talk about US experience in small nuclear and how they apply in the US, and maybe gradually that awareness will grow and the acceptance will grow also, maybe more NATO-wide. But so far, it's up to the member countries, what kind of source they want to use. And of course, small nuclear can be used for the production of hydrogen, which is, I think it's not green hydrogen, but very close to green. It's definitely more green than fossil fuels. So it's in between, right?
Thank you, Julius. I agree with most things that Julius said. I will make a few, maybe more political remarks. The first is when it comes to the question of nuclear, I think that there is a huge hesitancy in member countries in allied nations, especially in a certain European, and Luxembourg is certainly part of that group that is very hesitant to promote nuclear. Not to say we are suing the European Commission at the moment, together with Austria, regarding the inclusion of nuclear into the green taxonomy. That being said, I'm not a spokesperson of my government, given that I'm sitting in the opposition benches, but to make it clear that the general consensus in my home country is that nuclear is not an option. That being said, I understand the scientific arguments in favor and against, and I know that there is a lot of scientific research being conducted. So I would like to see the scientific research being conducted. Science should be free to research whatever is ethically possible. Whether it's then used or not is a discussion that politicians need to have amongst themselves. And we are not technocrats. We have an obligation to ourselves and to our constituents. So if the science is there, we need to have that discussion. If the science is not there, we need to have the discussion in the other way around. That being said, I believe that microgrids are a solution. I believe that there are already solutions that can be deployed rapidly, containerized solar energy plants that you can drop off and you can build out in about a day. So you have a container with everything you need to produce electricity from day one. And as I said, imagine you can produce your fuel a few kilometers behind the front lines and move that fuel production plant every other day. It shapes modern warfare completely differently. Currently, and we see it in Ukraine, what is being attacked, it's fuel infrastructure. It's the fuel tanks. It's the fuel lines. It's the storage facilities. So imagine if we can shift that to a more modular element that can be deployed and redeployed every other day. That makes a change. That changes the whole shape of modern warfare. When it comes to the other questions, I'm not sure I have to add a lot on that what Julius said. So the only thing I would like to add is it's a political discussion amongst member states which will probably be more difficult than any COP we have seen in the past. The question is not only about how to account, but also what and when to account for. And that's why I refrained in my report on making any concrete proposals, because I knew well in advance that that would be, we would see 20 to probably 32 amendments to whatever I would have written about it. So I stayed with what is the current position of the NATO allies, which is that if there is a voluntary accounting, we should support it. on a more personal note, I would really like our militaries to at least account according to IPCC standards. Whether it should be included into the COP contributions or not is a discussion I'm not deeply enough informed about what the potential impact would be. So I can't say for sure, but I have a slight tendency to say if we count correctly, we should also find a mechanism to set targets that we can achieve. And if I say can achieve, it should not be some imaginary number we want to paint on the wall or on the bus and say, hey, this is what we want to achieve. No, it should be concrete, it should be actionable, and we should be able to do that.
Thank you. And on that point, can I say a big thank you to Stefan and Julius for their contributions this afternoon. I think we had some very good discussion. And I think, as Sven said, I think this is a subject which is going to get increased relevance. Some of the lessons learned, obviously, from Ukraine. And one of the issues, I think, for me in the UK is that, I don't know whether it's happened in other countries, it's changed the dynamic around the climate change debate in terms of it's now being focused on an energy security issue, which is something new, certainly in the United Kingdom. But so on that, can I say thank you to the both of them for their contributions. We now have a short coffee break until 4:30, so could you come back and make sure you're ready for the next session, which is the future of warfare at 4:30. Thanks very much, everybody. Back. Stefan's having a well-earned snack there. Sven, sorry. Right, can we now start our next session, which is a panel on the future of warfare. We have the draft report from the Subcommittee on Technology, Trends and Security, which Niall's going to, the rapporteur is going to introduce. And then I've got Dr. Katusis, who's the Senior Strategic Officer for the Allied Command Transformation. So can we now turn to our panel with the presentation first by Niles.
Okay, thank you. Chair, dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to speak to you today. I'm very happy that we can meet here today in person. And let me start by thanking our Lithuanian colleagues for organizing this session on such a short notice and hosting us under these extraordinary circumstances. I'm glad that we also have some of our Ukrainian friends here and want to greet them heartily and tell them you are not alone. We support you in your heroic struggle to the best of our ability. With Russia unprovoked, full-scale war against Ukraine, we are witnessing a seismic shift in the European security order. I must admit that when I suggested to the committee to have a report on the future of warfare last year, I had no idea that the topic would become so pressing. The draft report raises a question of how warfare may be conducted in the future. It focuses on technological aspects, particularly on the likely impact of emerging and disruptive technologies. I have also provided a brief overview of NATO's continuing adaptation process to make the alliance fit for future warfare. The future of warfare is a vast and complex issue. I have divided my presentation into 3 parts. First, I briefly share with you what I see as the preliminary lessons of Russia's unprovoked war. Second, I provide a short overview of the technological trends that are likely to impact warfighting in the future. And third, I take a look at how NATO is preparing for the wars of the future. Now let me first make some preliminary observation regarding Russia's war against Ukraine. I also comment on the war very briefly in the draft report. President Vladimir Putin probably thought that Russia's invasion of Ukraine would be a cakewalk, but it miscalculated completely. The Ukrainians have mounted a successful defense, laying bare the problems from which the Russian armed forces are suffering. Although the war against Ukraine is primarily conducted in a conventional manner, there are some new developments. At least in the initial stages of the war, Russian forces have neither shown unity of command nor the ability to mastering multi-domain operations. During the first 2 months or so, Russian forces have not pursued one coordinated campaign. There has thus been little, if any, coordinated actions by the Russian ground and air forces. Both sides use drones in the conflict for reconnaissance and close air support. Ukraine is using the Bayraktar TP2 drones effectively against advancing Russian forces. Moreover, commercial off-the-shelf drones are being used more extensively than ever before in a war, primarily for reconnaissance, but also to deliver small weapons. In that view, just a week ago, we were visiting Tallinn and Helsinki, and we got some information that Ukrainians were using Phantom 4 drones that you can buy just at the store for $300. So this is a change. Cyber attacks are a central part of warfare in the Ukraine war. Russia launched multiple cyber attacks against Ukraine already before and during the war. including advanced attacks on government websites and infrastructure such as rail systems. Ukraine strengthened its cyber defenses significantly before the war. Therefore, the damage has thus far been limited. Improvements in Ukraine's cyber defenses have been possible with the support from Western countries as well as from private companies. Ukraine has also established an IT army comprising IT professionals from all over the world to fight Russian cyber attacks and to counter the Kremlin's defamation campaigns. Satellites play an important role in intelligence gathering in the war. This is certainly the case for the military, but also for the public at large. Satellites, but also cell phones, are relevant for open source intelligence, which is playing a key role in the war in Ukraine. OSINT has allowed the public to follow the events almost in real time. Publicly available satellite images, social media videos, and other data reveal a lot about the course of the war and expose Putin's propaganda of lies. Russia's war against Ukraine is also an information war. Ukraine's communication strategy has been crucial in upholding morale among their soldiers and citizens, and in garnering international support. Fourth, public and private entities are also partaking in on the battlefield. Tech companies such as Google, Amazon, and Microsoft have supported the Ukrainian government to help it counter cyber attacks. Big social networks such as Google, Twitter, or Facebook have imposed restriction on Russian state-run media access to ad platforms and continue to fact-check posts. SpaceX have sent Starlink terminals to Ukraine to keep the country connected on the web. In short, Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine is a conventional one, but it also betrays the importance of mastering multi-domain operations, the increasing role of drones, and of information domination. Let me now turn to the main topics of the report, the future of war. While the nature of warfare remains unchanged, the character of warfighting continues to develop, and the character of tomorrow's conflicts will determine the character of tomorrow's warfare. Which trends, dear colleagues, are shaping the future of warfare? Generally speaking, I think we can observe the following dynamics. The transition from conflict to full-scale war is fluent, since warfare is increasingly taking place in the grey zone. The role of non-state actors in warfare is increasing, as we have seen with the Wagner Group in numerous conflicts around the world, including in Ukraine. The urban area will become one of the primary battlefields. More than half of the world's violent armed conflicts are taking place in cities, affecting some 50 million people. Climate change will affect the strategic environment as well as the missions and operation on the ground. Both population growth and climate change might fuel competition over natural resources, which could lead to state failure, violent conflicts, and uncontrolled migration movements. I also argue in the report that technology has always been an important factor in determining the outcome of military conflicts, and the pace of technological development is dramatically increasing. So today, more than ever, the progress in and access to technologies is a fundamental driver of the changing character of warfare. I would like to make the following observation. First, data and digitalization turn the digital information and cyber domain into an operational environment and a new theater of contestation, unbound from geography. Second, democratization and easy access of technologies empowers weaker actors, including terrorist groups and other armed non-state actors. Third, the technological process in the cyberspace and space adds yet to a new operational environment and security frontiers. unbound from geography. The international security environment is complex and highly volatile. It is therefore vital for the alliance to maintain its critical technological edge. Military forces need to be capable of multi-domain operations. Future military capacities will be intelligent, interconnected, digital, and distributed, and need to be deeper integrated across all domains. The draft report focuses on the role and possible uses of technologies for future military capabilities. And now about emerging and disruptive technologies. This is called ATT, are expected to play a crucial role in developing NATO's military capabilities. NATO's Science and Technology Organization, the STO, defined 8 major strategic disruptors which will be relevant for NATO's capabilities between 2020 and 2040. These are, number 1, data, number 2, artificial intelligence, 3, autonomy, 4, quantum technology, 5, space, 6, hypersonics, and number 7 is biotechnical and human enhancement, and 8, novel materials and manufacturing. In the last year, the Science and Technology Committee has been working on most all of those topics in their trips and all over. So this is most of the things that we know before. Maybe less in number 7, the biotechnology and the novel materials manufacturing, but all known issues. Data, artificial intelligence, autonomy, space, and hypersonic already have disruptive effects on military capabilities. Their impact will even increase over the next 5 to 10 years. Quantum technologies, biotechnology, and novel materials in return require yet another 10 to 20 years in order to have a significant impact on military capabilities. Let me give you a few examples to illustrate the potential impact of ATTs on military capabilities. Big data and advanced analytics is BDAA, and artificial intelligence, AI, are likely to become one of the biggest technological challenges to NATO. The vast amount of data available nowadays will make the use of AI a necessity in order to turn big data into actionable knowledge. So soldiers will obtain battlefield information in real time. It will further affect the use of weapons. AI, for instance, will enable the use and control of drone swarms. Robotics and autonomous systems are becoming key enablers in warfare. Unmanned vehicles and autonomous software agents increase the importance of human-machine interaction. Hypersonics are also ultra-fast and maneuverable weapon systems. They are difficult to intercept. When we talk about hypersonics, we are talking about the speed of Mach 5 and higher. Incredible fast. Novel materials will improve, optimize equipment, and lead to new devices and uses, such as biological and chemical warfare detectors. Additive manufacturing will allow for faster product development and on-demand, on-site production and equipment reparation. The third part of this report, a draft report, provides a short overview of NATO's efforts to adapt to a changing security environment and the evolving character of warfare. Preparing our forces for future wars obviously requires a lot of defense planning. This happens on many levels. Generally speaking, the NATO defense planning process focuses on defense planning for the short and medium term. Planning for the future further ahead is done by Allied Command Transformation Act, ACT. The long-term military transformation program of ACT is at the heart of NATO's long-term transformation efforts. The ACT issues comprehensive reviews of the security environment and organizes conferences on relevant topics. ACT also features an innovation hub which supports projects relevant to NATO. And probably, as you know, ACT is located in Norfolk. And we have the specialist here, and we'll have a good discussion later on about that work. On the strategic level, the Alliance has endorsed a number of policies and concepts. For example, recognizing cyberspace and space as operational domains, allies pledged to enhance the cyber defenses of national networks and infrastructures. At the 2021 Brussels Summit, NATO endorsed a new comprehensive cyber defense policy and a space policy. Moreover, in October 2021, NATO adopted a non-public AI strategy, which accelerates the adoption of AI in NATO militaries and lays out the principles for NATO's responsible use of AI in defense. NATO also created a new space center and a new space center of excellence and announced the development of a strategic space situational awareness system. NATO Climate Change and Security Action Plan identifies climate change as a threat multiplier and as one of the defining challenges of our times. We just learned about this in the previous panel. NATO has been putting a stronger emphasis on innovation and technology. In 2019, allies agreed on an emerging and disruptive technology implementation roadmap. The Science and Technology Organization, STO, plays a major role in this. It's a vast and collaborative network consisting of thousands of scientists across the Alliance. Innovation is indeed high on the Alliance agenda. We launched a multinational innovation fund worth €1 billion, as well as the Civil Military Defense Innovation Accelerator of the North Atlantic. We know it as Diana. It's just coming in. Operational by 2023. Diana will provide the necessary knowledge for the development of critical technologies. In a way, Diana complements the work of the STO. The STO cooperates primarily with larger companies and focuses on technologies in early stages of research and development. By contrast, Diana will probably work with startups and smaller companies and support the process of technologies along the development path. There are still deficiencies in investigating and exploiting opportunities to link the NTPP within research produced in the STO and with Diana. I strongly believe that we need to better link research and military capabilities. Let me be clear, we need a true innovation pipeline. The draft report also includes some preliminary conclusions on how NATO can improve the way it prepares our military forces for future combat. Let me highlight just a few. We need a true innovation pipeline with sufficient funding, structures and personnel. Therefore, the research produced by the STO and Diana must be developed into mature products. We have to increase funding for ATD research and development at the Madrid summit. Allies should agree on spending a certain percentage of funds on science and technology, while nations are increasing their investment in defense in the wake of the Ukraine war. We need to make sure to spend the extra money wisely and in a smart way. Second, there is a need to link technological innovation and the acquisition processes better and more effectively. NATO should examine whether there are opportunities to link the NATO defense planning process with the research produced in the STO and with Diana. Third, allies should examine if there's a need for greater cooperation on the development of future military technologies, ideally via the existing NATO network and the STO. And let me stop here. Again, this is a draft report which will be updated for the annual session. And we will finish up in Madrid in November. And at our annual session. So I very much look forward to your comments and suggestions. In closing, I would like to our research assistants, particularly in closing, I would like to thank, special thanks to our research assistants, particularly Julia Tittelbach, for the support in drafting this report, for a valuable contribution to this report. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
I was going to thank you for an excellent presentation. Can we now move on to our second panellist, who's Dr. Curtis, who's going to talk about NATO warfighting capstone concept. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be with you. Although I got the worst speaking slot there is, and being the last man standing between you and the social evening activities. But I'll try to do my best. Let me start by saying that the report is really good, and thanks for the shout out to ACT, and we are often considered as NATO's future thinkers. And I often hear the argument that, well, you guys are future thinkers, so you are not really relevant for today. And to that I always reply, look, if we had a long-term coherent strategy for Afghanistan, the Afghanistan campaign of 20 years may not have ended the way it ended. If we had a coherent long-term strategy to contain Russian aggression, perhaps we would not have a Russian war against Ukraine today. And we might be failing the future today again. And if you think about the way China is pursuing actively investment in AI, we may be losing AI war to China today. We will find out about it in the future, potentially 15 or 20 years, but we're failing that future today. So that's why the future is important. That's why we need to get after that future aggressively, or the future will get after us. Which brings me to the NATO warfighting capstone concept. If I could get the next slide, please. A quick disclaimer up front. This is an agreed formal NATO concept, but I will be using some private observations and explanations and illustrations which may not coincide with NATO official policy positions. So if something will sound controversial to your ear, it's probably my private view. So don't take it as an official NATO policy and position. So NATO warfighting capstone concept, why did we do it? Why did NATO do a warfighting capstone concept? I have to take a very quick historical excursion. During the Cold War, NATO was a very militarily driven alliance. The SACEUR was the key actor because we faced immediate threat from the Soviet Union, and he needed immediate authority to respond to that threat. So it's a little known fact that the NATO strategic concept of 1991 was drafted by SACEUR, Supreme Allied Commander, which is unimaginable today because today it is written by the Secretary General for the Council. It is very much politically driven affair. So NATO has moved from being predominantly military political to being predominantly political military alliance. For good reason, because we have faced the peace dividends, the benign era of the 90s. We did not need a very assertive military in that era. Things started to change around 2014 with the annexation of Crimea, rise of Daesh, ISIL, migration crisis, etc. And the NATO Military Committee, Chiefs of Defense, started to become more assertive again. And in 2019, they agreed a first NATO military strategy in a generation. They agreed a first concept for deterrence and defense, and then a first NATO warfighting capstone concept for the future. So that's how the NWCC NATO warfighting capstone concept came about. As we started on that project, trying to understand the future war, as Neil has ably described, after long discussions and analysis and research, we came to a shocking conclusion that we cannot predict the future. The future is complex and uncertain. But but we can describe the trends, we can project the trends, because guess what? The future will look like today, but more so. Some of the things happening today will intensify and accelerate as we move forward. So the three defining elements of that changing character of war, the way we described it in the concept, it's boundless. The environment will become much more boundless. We in NATO are very comfortable to put things into boxes, things in domains, maritime domain, air domain, space domain, political, economic, military. That's how we deal with complexity. The problem is that the environment is not functioning that way. The boundaries between what is strictly political and military, the boundary between civil and military, the boundary between different domains, the boundary between what is physical, what is non-physical, cyberspace and land domain, for example, the boundaries between kinetic fight and non-kinetic fight. All these boundaries are blurring. The boundary between what is strictly strategic and what is strictly tactical. And remember how President Obama was running the tactical level of operation to capture Osama bin Laden, strategic level running tactical operations, or NATO deploying forward presence, tactical level units, sending strategic deterrence message to Russia. So all these boundaries are blurring. We're seeing a much more boundless battle space. Even the Russian war in Ukraine, yes, it's localized in Ukraine, but it is so multidimensional and affecting every aspect of the global politics, as we heard in different panels today. Boundless. We're facing very persistent competition with multiple actors all of the time. We in NATO, again, like the comfort zone where we go from peace, we make a decision to move to crisis, and then we make a decision to move to conflict, a linear way of thinking. That's not how the adversaries are acting and our competitors. We are persistently competing with multiple actors. We are competing with China, we are competing with Russia, we are competing with other regions and other state and non-state actors, persistently. So we are in that persistent competition. And it is long-term. China aspires to be the world-class military by 2050. Regardless of how the war in Ukraine ends, Russia will still be around with its formidable military and 150 million people and oil and gas and other natural resources. China is not going away, so it's a long-term competition. And it is simultaneous, ever more simultaneous, and we just heard in the last panel, of course, energy being a great example of simultaneity. We are buying Russian oil and gas, the Russians are paying Ukrainians for the transit of their gas, and at the same time they are fighting each other, and we are helping Ukrainians to fight the Russians, simultaneous. The Australians are buying nuclear submarines to deter China, which is also the biggest trading partner for Australia. That simultaneity is here to stay, and this is part of that very complex environment we see developing into the future. So what this means for NATO then? If we accept and allies agree that this is the future, these are the trends, we have to accept that NATO's military instrument will not be able to deter and defend every single threat all of the time. We simply cannot do that. Why? Because that military instrument is finite. It is limited. We cannot do everything at the same time. We have to choose, we have to make informed choices. Why? Because the adversary gets to choose where to attack us, which vulnerability to exploit, in which region, in which domain, and when. So he gets to vote. With that in mind, then the big leap, the big paradigm shift we have tried to introduce with the warfighting capstone concept is how do we reverse the logic from this purely reactive, and NATO, of course, will remain a defensive alliance. This is not going to change. It is unacceptable for NATO to be an offensive alliance. This is not happening. But how do we shift the mindset from being reactive and always trying to adapt to what others do, to what China does, to what Russia does, to what Iran does, to what multinational corporations do, and get ahead of the threat curve so that other actors start to adapt to what we do, so that we are in the driving seat. Guess what? NATO has an agency. NATO is an actor. The decisions we make through warfare development, through science and technology, through other things, will shape that future. We get to decide what that future looks like. So we can shape and contest in order to win the war before the war starts, as the French Chief of Defense recently said. With that in mind, we designed that future military instrument of power. You see the nice 6 outs around the NATO star, which is, and I would emphasize, it is not a threat-based approach, because threats evolve constantly. The threats are changing and evolving. But it is threat-informed. We have to understand what threats we are facing today and tomorrow, but it is really risk and opportunity-based approach. the risks we carry as NATO that we need to address, otherwise we fail, and the opportunities we carry, the key strengths of NATO which have to double down to remain successful, to get after our own NATO theory of victory and success, if you wish. Outthink, for example. We have the 1 billion people as NATO allies, and if you add partner countries, it's even more. Brightest in the world, best universities, academies, think tanks in the world, immense capacity to think. So how do we outthink actors like Russia and China? Outpace, greatest defense industrial base, greatest multinational corporations in the world. How do we use that to outpace actors like China in AI, again, to use the artificial intelligence as an example? Outpartner, we have, as NATO, we have 40 partners, from Colombia in Latin America to all the way to Kazakhstan. So how do we turn that into a strength, into an opportunity to shape the environment to NATO's advantage for peace and security in the world? So that's the aspirational design we are trying to get after into the future, the aspirational North Star. Now the challenge is, of course, how do we get there? And this brings me to the 5 warfare development imperatives. Again, NATO likes to produce lists of priorities. We are very good at producing different lists. And when we started to analyze and thought about producing a master list of NATO priorities, we ended up with hundreds of items. And if you have hundreds of priorities, you probably don't have your priorities right. We ended up with these imperatives which are fundamental for NATO to remain successful. So let me unpack them a little bit to illustrate what this means in practice. And if we could go to the next one, and that will be, yeah, and one more. The first imperative is the cognitive superiority imperative. And the chess masters among you will notice that there is something off with the board. Chess are playing against checkers, and the chess are moving not the right way. The knight doesn't move straight forward, right? That is the point. We do not necessarily, as NATO, understand the game we're playing against actors like Russia. We may think we're playing chess. The Russians may be playing rugby against us and playing rugby not by the rules. And we like to play by the rules. And this is that cognitive dissonance we have vis-a-vis countries like Russia, which is stuck in a 20th century style of thinking about territory, power, and taking territory from other nations. So understanding the game we're playing. We as NATO have a great situational awareness, and look at how aggressively our US allies have been sharing intelligence around Ukraine before the war started. Great situational awareness, but pretty much everyone failed in situational understanding and truly understanding the full intent of Putin's regime and the full scale and scope of invasion. So how do we turn that situational awareness, which we have, into a better situational understanding, understanding the culture, mindset, capability, motive, strategy, modus operandi of the adversary, and then turning that understanding into cognitive superiority so that we can actually outthink. Next one, the next imperative is resilience. And we in NATO have been getting much better at civilian part of the resilience equation. We have, in the Warsaw Summit a few years ago, agreed on the 7 baseline requirements for civil preparedness. What we have lost a bit since the end of the Cold War is the art of military resilience. Again, looking at the war in Ukraine, is our military, NATO military, prepared to fight through attrition, to absorb casualties, to reconstitute, to have enough ammunition, to fight peer-to-peer conflict? Our military, the current generation of military, do not have the experience of peer-to-peer fight. Basically, only Ukraine has that experience, and to some extent Georgia. NATO did not fight peer-to-peer war. We don't have that experience. So how do we build, how do we humbly learn from Ukrainian lessons? How do we humbly learn the lessons from military resilience together in tandem with the civilian one? Because if the civilian resilience fails, the military part fails. If military fails, civilian fails. So the 2 layers of resilience go hand in hand. The next one, the third imperative, it's a cross-domain command. The illustration you see is deliberate one. In the past, and we chose Napoleon, but you can pick any other 19th century commander. It used to be easy to be a commander. You could ride up the hill on a horse and you would see the battle space at a glance. The French would say coup d'oeil, commander's coup d'oeil. You see at a glance where your troops are, where the adversary troops are, your artillery, adversary artillery, cavalry, and you see the whole battlefield at a glance. Today's, and especially tomorrow's commander, he cannot see information space. He cannot see outer space. He cannot see cyberspace. He doesn't even see his land forces. They are dispersed. So how do we prepare those commanders of tomorrow that are coming to our military academies today for that very complex battle space? This is fundamental, again, or we fail the future. Next one, that's imperative number 4, influence and power projection. NATO has a formidable toolbox at its disposal, from conventional forces through diplomatic instrument, information instrument, all the way to nuclear deterrent. What we need to get better at as NATO is combining those instruments of power and the full spectrum of capabilities in order to disrupt our potential adversaries' whole kill chain. To shape and contest, again, the battle space before the war starts. And I'm talking about kill chain deliberately because, again, the traditional paradigm is straightforward. We think in terms of force on force. If the Russians are deploying division, we will deploy a division to counter that division. The way we're trying to shift the paradigm is we need to think about the whole chain of the kill chain that the Russians have from their understanding of us. They start with their assessment of NATO. We have to be able to know what they know about us and mess with that, to undermine their understanding of our weaknesses. Then from understanding us, they decide. We have to affect that decision-making calculus, affect Putin's decision-making calculus of what he can and cannot do against NATO and what would be the cost-benefit calculus. And then disrupting his decision to command and control. And then we can see some of the challenges the Russians are facing in terms of the political decision-making in Kremlin and the command and control that is being done by the military. And then the final part of that kill chain is command and control to military execution. Again, we're seeing the difficulties the Russians are having with the execution of command and control decisions where they end up sending the generals and commanders into the front lines. Again, a strength for NATO because our military have been practicing mission command where you delegate to the lowest tactical level to have the initiative in that very complex battle space. So how do we build on that? And then the final imperative is integrated multi-domain defense. We, NATO, we are very good at defending by domain. Again, back to my point about being comfortable with putting things into boxes. We are good at maritime domain. We know how to fight the maritime battle. We know how to fight the land battle. We know how to fight and defend in the cyberspace. Where we start to struggle collectively is in an integrated multi-domain defense, connecting those domains. And to use a non-controversial example, there is a great show on Netflix called The Space Force. And the Chinese attack American space base on the moon. All that the Americans can think of is how do you do a tit-for-tat and attack Chinese moon base. The idea here is how do we think creatively about imposing the dilemma on the adversary in another region or in another domain more effectively than going tit for tat, not getting after the moon base, but targeting where it hurts, where there is a weakness for the adversary, and not going for this tit for tat, which causes attrition and grief, and you don't necessarily win in the end. So 5 imperatives, and then the last one, if you could click once more. The critical enablers. Underneath that, it's all about, in the end, having the enablers, the technology, and Niall has talked about that, the right people with right skills. How do we get the right people into our military for the future? And some of them, again, like we see in Ukraine, some of those drone pilots in Ukrainian military are actually civilian kids, civilian video gamers, who they are now using to pilot UAVs to get after the Russian forces. So how do we creatively build that human capital across our military? And the final point I would make, and I will stop here, is the 5 imperatives. Again, something I heard in one of the speeches I gave. Someone said, well, you said you don't want to have another list, but you presented us with another list. The way I think about these 5 imperatives, it's not a list, it's an organizing principle, like, the Mendeleev table of chemical elements. It's the organizing principle. And you need all five. It's like 5 fingers of a hand. If you have only one finger, you can show the middle finger to the adversary, but that's not enough to hurt him. You need all 5 fingers. You need to train and exercise them to make a fist and really punch him in the nose. So the 5 imperatives work together, and that's how we win into the future as NATO. And I thank you for your attention. I look forward to the discussion.
Thanks very much for that. I must remember that last one about the 5 fingers. It's a very good one. I've got two people who have already indicated. If you can indicate if you want to speak. I've got Cheryl and Stuart. So could I get Cheryl from Canada first?
Okay, so you'd mentioned that NATO actually has a policy on AI now. To what extent will NATO be permitted, or AI be permitted in decision-making? Who makes the final decision? Is it AI or is it human? And there was mention of biological enhancement. Is that the brain-cyber interface? If so, how far are we advanced as compared to the Chinese?
I'll take 2. Can I take Stuart next? And then...
Thank you very much for 2 really exciting presentations. And you mentioned about the boundaries blurring. So historically, when it was planes, tanks, ships, you had a defence industry that you could quite easily regulate, control information. Mm-hmm. As this moves forward, drones can be quite straightforward. Commercial off-the-shelf drones starts blurring that lines. As we move into AI, particularly big data, there's a whole host of partners and players that are not in the defence industry that potentially control that big data. So those lines have definitely blurred from the big tech companies that will find themselves in this defence space. How do we approach that and deal with that, particularly as parliamentarians?
I'll give you time to reflect. Yeah. Great questions. Thank you very much. Policy on AI, excellent question. It really depends, ma'am, on the level of decision making. At the strategic level, policy making level, on questions of war and peace, it will always remain, in the NATO context, it will always remain a decision by the Council, by allies, by your heads of state and government. I don't see that being outsourced. If NATO goes to war, this is a decision at 30. I cannot imagine an AI algorithm that allies would agree to outsource that kind of decision. I think where it becomes more pertinent is if you go to the tactical level and you start looking at things like sensor-shooter integration. And if you have an incoming missile targeting your forces or installation or your command post, this is where you may raise the question if you are dealing with seconds or minutes of reaction time. In certain instances, you will need to revert to AI-enabled decision to shoot down the missile. Now that we, NATO, don't have yet a commonly agreed standards for that. Different nations do it differently, and in some cases that time gap is expanding, and it has been expanding because of the discretionary nature of operations allied nations have been running in the past 10, 15 years. Discretionary, so the targeting was very carefully selected so as to avoid any collateral damage. So that time between sensor shooter could be even an hour, fully assessing the potential impact of targeting. In an existential war, the way Ukraine is fighting, it's that the time gap is 5 minutes between the target acquisition and decision to hit that target. And if we are in a hot shooting war with a peer state, for example, the decision space could be seconds. And this is where NATO may decide to go, okay, in this OODA loop, to use a technical term, you may need to outsource fully the decision making to be able to react quickly to the missile threats, as an example. But this is ongoing discussion. It has a whole dimension of the norms, ethics, legal, moral implications that allies need to work through as we move forward. On the defense industrial point, absolutely great point. And if the history buffs among you would know that during the Cold War, the defense ministries in our nations were the leading edge of defense innovation. ICBMs in United States case that were created in the 50s, miniaturization of nuclear devices, was all driven by Pentagon in US. Defense directly working with defense industry and the scientific establishment. Now the defense establishments are probably the least innovative. They became so complex and bureaucratic. The acquisition processes, to give NATO example, for our NATO common funded capability projects, it can take as long as 16 years from the inception of idea to the delivery of a common funded capability. So it's very bureaucratic, very complex process. That's why NATO is moving in the direction of DIANA, the Defense Accelerator and Innovator approach, where we have to be able to field much quicker technologies that are already on the shelf to support the warfighter today, not sometime in the future. There's always this caveat with the innovation and the future capabilities, where we always expect that in the future we will have better capabilities. But the warfighter always fights with legacy equipment that he has on the day. And it's, as a thumb of rule, it's 80% of your kit will be legacy. Your tanks, airplanes, your horses and bayonets, and only maybe 10 or 15% will be new stuff. But you need a process to get that stuff off the shelf available in the not even necessarily defense industry, as the points you made, data science, analytics, AI, all of this will come from non-defense industry. And we as NATO have to get better at establishing those relationships and pulling the available technology faster, better. And this is where national decision makers come very much into play to assist with that. Niall, you had enough time to think about it?
Yes, I feel. Yes, it's a very interesting thing. If we think about the policy of the AI, I think the personal views is that I always, sometimes I think about RoboCop, a movie we saw some 30, 40 years ago, the elderly people here, where you have this machine or man-made machine or whatever, taking the decisions just like that. And this is a very ethical question. And for democracies, it's, you have to really debate this. But for China, Russia, and some other countries, maybe have some easier decision-making, how to, work on this. China, there was a decision-making in China in 2015, working on AI, robotics, swarming, and those issues. We have better ships for battle. We have better aircrafts, and that technology. But the Chinese, we don't actually, I think, know what they are doing concerning AI, robotics, swarming, and technology. And that's really, I think, the battle for us to work on in the next decade or two. That will be the big issues. So, sensors, technological advances. What I think is this draft report, is an enormous big subjects. And I think probably a lot of reports from NATO PA will be coming out of those in the next years, just out of this one. Because you can really, I think, focus on so many issues there and make a draft of its own. And this is ethical questions about AI. I mean, they don't get any bigger. As we said, the professional here said this, the decision making in maybe seconds, and you start to trust the machines, what to do and how you're going to sense the threat. Because like talking about the 5 domains here earlier, to connect everything into one picture, are we able to do it, our mind, when you got all the information and sense in 10 years or 20? I don't know.
Knowledge, you made me feel very old, as I can actually remember the first Star Wars coming out, so I don't know what that makes me feel very old. Can we have Pierre from Canada, please?
Merci.
Thank you.
Je pense que l'évaluation que vous faites est
I think that your assessment is very clear. And what is very clear as well, well, you know, I was in charge of a battalion of infantry as well. And we've known this transition. We had to fight against terrorism. But what we see today is that today's military, today's soldiers have lost their habits, and we see now that the soldiers today have lost their landmarks. We see that there's a mixture of a conventional conflict and with new items as well. My question is the following. It's important for the soldiers to have specific landmarks. What about NATO command and control? We know that the United States have the operational control when we talk about deployment, tactical deployment of the troops on the ground. It's the Americans there. Do we still have an integrated command at the level of the US lead? And now with these changes, with with AI and cyber, and are there other countries that could become leader countries? Are there countries that have more capabilities in specific domains? Because the question is, who is really in charge? Who is in control? It's difficult with 30 member countries, because things tends to be mixed up at the operational level with 30 countries. Thank you.
Iceland next.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for a good presentation. Now, 2 points I'd like to raise. First, on the issue of the data explosion and information deluge you go into. How we make sure that we protect human rights, we protect the rights of individuals in our countries, and safeguard the democratic values we want to stand for. Because when we gather information indiscriminately and generally for the public and then analyze it carelessly, we run the risk of doing stuff we shouldn't be doing as democracies. And secondly, now that we have examples of Russian forces using nature and the environment as a part of their campaign in the Ukraine, so damaging the ecosystems of the Ukraine as part of their war effort. The Ukraine has national law governing that, so it's a crime there to commit acts of ecocide there. As it is a part of a military campaign, it probably falls onto the ICC as well. But whether we should start talking about making ecocide an independent crime under the Rome Statute of the ICC, so that in the future, when this method of waging war potentially becomes more let's say, popular, or when non-state actors or just multinational entities start disrupting huge ecosystems that cause harm on a scale that can be compared to any sort of warfare, we need some way of holding those individuals accountable for making those decisions. So, 2 points: human rights of data mining, and adding ecocide to the Rome Statute.
You want to take that?
Thanks. Okay, let me start with the Canadian question. A really good one. You put your hand, your finger on the problem. It is a challenge for NATO. That's why one of those imperatives is getting after the cross-domain command and what it looks like into the future. There is a tension in NATO nations, and US is a good example, where they are getting after jointness, the jointness across national force, jointness between land, air, maritime, as someone said, capabilities nationally, which comes then at the expense of multinationality. The more joint American force becomes, the harder for other NATO nations to be interoperable with Americans. So there is the tension between national integration and ensuring that your force can fight jointly, your land, maritime, and then your space, you add space and cyber, and then operating together with other nations. So there are different schools of thought in NATO. Some believe that perhaps it is more effective to fight nationally, and that's how the West won the World War II. It was not multinational armies. It was American armies, British armies, Canadian armies that were most effective. They were not really multinational armies, so to speak. But you're right in the sense that there was a tendency to go for multinationality as an expression of solidarity. So if you look at the forward presence battle groups in the Baltic states, the battle group in Lithuania, which is 1 battalion, it's a tactical level unit, I think it has 5 or 6 nations together. The battalion in Latvia, I think it's even more, 10 or 11 nations. So as a former commander, you will know that it's almost impossible to effectively command and control a unit comprised of 11 different nationalities. So again, this is about choices, making the right choices. So we may need to sacrifice as NATO a degree of multinationality and interoperability, accepting that our cohesiveness and unity may suffer to some extent because we're not putting our forces together in the way of risk, for the sake of greater effectiveness as a fighting unit, and looking for solutions at more strategic level, maybe a degree of regional specialization among nations, as you have pointed out. The Norwegians are much better at fighting in the high north and in hard, cold conditions. They probably are not as good at desert war in the vicinity of Israel, for example, and vice versa. The Spanish probably are not the best place to fight in the Arctic, as an example. I'm simplifying, of course, but you get the point. There needs to be a degree of specialization. That's why we have NATO defense planning process, where we target individual nations to deliver specific capabilities that we can reasonably expect them to deliver according to their size and fair share of burden. But excellent point, sir. Do you want to take the human rights? And those are difficult ones.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just about the 30 countries, the decision making, how difficult it can be for democracy, for like behind NATO, instead of Russia or China, where there's just one person that can just decide how things are. And the complexity of that, the difference between the complexity is very big. I think it's quite important, about just think about the specializing of the armies in this different areas, how we can, work on that. I think that's very interesting for the future. But the questions are not getting easier here, coming to the end of the day. And what my colleague from Iceland is about human rights and democratic values and data mining and things like that. Actually, back home, we are on the Transportation Committee. We're working now on the lawmaking concerning 5Gs and the black fiber and all this. It's quite difficult at this time concerning some human rights and things like that when you're working on that. How do you think this will be in 5 or 10 years to work for us as lawmakers to find out and trying, and we think we are reactive today, trying to be proactive then, when the technology is so fast that you have hardly a chance to follow it up. So that's what so the human rights will be more difficult, I think, every year from now for the next decades. It's very difficult to see how things are working really when we have problems from today. So, and the data mining, fourth industrial revolution, that's one of the big things. Concerning the Russian damaging, for example, in the Ukraine with the ecosystems, it's an interesting point. And I haven't heard actually talked about it a lot in this. But of course, it's quite interesting to how we should work that out if we talk about human rights and have the court in Hague and all that. But I never actually heard about this idea, how to work it out with ecosystems. That's of course a very big one. In the draft report, we talk about the urban warfare becoming bigger and bigger. And what about, I mean, the next level? Just a thought about the infrastructures of cities. You know, I don't know if we are going to see that more and more, and just wiping out cities, bombing them down, that there's no need maybe for it. I mean, those issues are just something to think about, really. But this is a draft report. We will take these comments that we are having and questions. And but you see the problems with this draft report. It raises a lot of questions, and in so many areas that you hardly know where to start and to stop. So that's therefore I think we will be working on this for the next years, I think.
Thank you. I've got two other colleagues who've indicated, so could I have Osman back first, and Fabrius, that is from Italy.
Thank you very much for the President Neil. Two questions concerning, first one was advanced hypersonic weapons. So this is a big challenge for NATO because of our adversaries and potential adversaries. Russia and China is, in terms of technology, they are further, and also North Korea. We see a big gap between NATO and our adversaries. So what is the NATO's plan on this issue within the allies? I mean, we see United States is doing some works as far as we understand, but we are way back on this issue. So I would like to hear your comments on this highly technological issues, which is, we are now talking about quantum physics, we are talking about AI, we are talking about robots and all those technology. My second question comes with, to operate such a big technological area, you need well-educated and familiar or get trained for those high technology equipments. So as a NATO, maybe some of armies within the NATO countries start to work on this issue, because we have to change the education structure of the soldiers, because you need more guy from, of course, on the ground, but also behind the ground. So to manage all those high technology equipments. So this is another issue to mention about on this report, I think, because the technology is endless, and unit is well educated and trained people, soldiers, or engineers, or high intelligent persons to operate all those issues. So that's another point. So I would like to hear your comment on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I will speak in Italian to be more precise. Okay.
Several analysts have said that 2050 is the year in which China will exceed the U.S., and this is what the report says in terms of its military force. So my first question is this: how can NATO countries mitigate this risk? without profoundly impacting their national economies, because we know they've already had to put up with so much because of the Ukraine crisis, which has impacted Europe very hard on the old continent, and also because of the COVID pandemic, which has devastated almost all of our economies. Then I have a question on human enhancement. Now, I know that this is a subject which is not yet on the agenda. It's not one of the primary items on NATO's agenda. In any case, this is my question. How can NATO member countries that are democracies and where they respect human rights and ethics, how can they compete with other countries and nations where they don't have to take into account the respect for human lives and ethics, and they're more free to experiment with other options than we are?
Thank you. John, who's going first? Don't need to fight over it.
Yeah. Okay. To our colleague from Italy, this is exactly what I was talking about here before, is about how we're going to work out with the technology and being a democracies against the authoritarian governments. That's a big and very big subject to work on, and China becoming a stronger than the US in 2050 in 28 years. That's probably just a part of this, and for NATO as a whole, and European countries and everybody, that's really one of the just a future work to work on. But there's still 30 years to that. So, but this is really one of the biggest questions. We don't know how China will be changing in the next 28 years, but this has been happening quite fast for the last 10, 20 years. But it's maybe better to get it from our expert from NATO concerning that, especially those issues. But from Osman, actually I didn't get the first question, but on the second question, maybe you got the first one. The different soldier of the future. As we have been talking about today, maybe even some kids or girls maybe can, control the drone. They're used to playing games, video games, and are quite, and can do this just at home. I mean, this is so different. This is just a new reality. And actually, it started some decades ago. I mean, we have been seeing the drones, big ones, probably for 10 or 20 years. But now it's easier to use them. It's not in the report, but I think it's very informative. When you're watching and reading about this war in Ukraine, I think it's so interesting to read it all over and watch it on TV. For example, with these small drones that are locating, and then they take up a 30-year-old Javelin missiles and shooting down the tanks. I mean, this is just a new reality. And even, as I said before, using so $300 homemade, or just for regular use, Quantum 4 or something. And this is a big difference. So educating, of course, that will be probably one of the big, and our NATO expert will probably tell us more about that. But probably you are looking for another kind of educated people. And of course, with cybersecurity, I mean, there you are using the best educated person, and even not educated person that are just self-made, hackers and all kinds of things. But this is just one of the parts of the very different world. And what we got here today about from our friend from Ukraine before today about their work on helping people to, being used to use the computers and all that. I think everybody will be doing this in the best way in the next year. So if you could just elaborate on that.
Thanks. Again, great set of questions. Let me maybe start with China. The in a NATO context, for the first time that NATO ministers started speaking about China in NATO was, I think, 2018 or 2019, so just a couple of years ago. Up until that point, China was not even on NATO's agenda. So we have moved forward, and there is ongoing strong debate in NATO headquarters on what China is and what kind of NATO-China relationship we should have. And there is a general broad agreement that it is both a challenge and an opportunity. I don't think there is agreement in NATO to call China a threat. What you will see in official NATO documents, it's a challenge and an opportunity. But I think the point here is that, yes, you are completely right. China is projecting itself as the world leading military power in 2050. The question then is, what is our long-term China strategy, which we need to start working on now, and it needs to be multidimensional. It has to cover the technology aspect. What are the
Quindi dobbiamo occuparci delle tecnologie sviluppate dalla Cina, se queste tecnologie rappresentano un rischio per la NATO, se dobbiamo mitigare questo rischio con contromisure oppure pensare a delle tecnologie che creerebbero un rischio per la Cina, oppure dobbiamo operare con alcuni partner nella regione dell'Indo-Pacifico con una maggiore collaborazione NATO, diciamo, e dobbiamo rafforzare alcune capacità in alcuni domini. Se parliamo della Cina, dobbiamo pensare allo spazio.
And do you want to think about European infrastructure, some of the critical infrastructure, seaports, airports, where China has been known to invest heavily in some of the European countries. So it needs to be a multidimensional approach, a very strategic and long-term approach. So how do we make sure that we shape and contest the international environment, rule-based international order in a way that China does not get a decisive advantage over the collective West? So to speak, so that we avoid a situation as we have now with Ukraine, where one could argue that we do not have, again, a long-term strategy on Russia, looking back 20 years. Now on high technology equipment and that problem set, to give an example, getting to an advanced technology is hard. So if you think about GPS, right, it's in the outer space, some 20,000 kilometers away, satellite technology, so creating that technology, putting them on the rocket, getting them on orbit, that was heavy research and development investment. But we are now all cyber enabled. We all, if you have a smartphone, you are using GPS, which is a space-based capability. Very easy to use, like a couple of finger flicks, and you're using space-based capability. I have no idea how that satellite was created. For the life of me, I would not be able to put a satellite 20,000 miles away from Earth, but I know how to use GPS. So with that, the thing is that US leadership in high technology is not an issue as long as they share the technology they develop with the other allies. And they do when they feel comfortable with doing that. There is an issue of making choices and informed choices. Is it, do we need as NATO, let's say, 100 F-35s and 500 Bayraktars? Or maybe 50 F-35s and 2,000 Bayraktars, because one F-35 is extremely expensive. One Bayraktar is not so much expensive, but they can deliver similar effects depending on your situation. So these are some of the national decisions the nations need to make. What are those right balances? The Chinese have the saying that many but small will always defeat big but few. So many swarms of drones will defeat the few F-35s. So think about that in that problem space. And then the final point on training and education, extremely important point. And to give an example, so NATO did agree that data science and advanced analytics, big data, we need to get better. We need digital transformation across NATO. And ACT is one of the leading actors in that. But we have real trouble to hire, to contract, to recruit data scientists. In our military, in our nations, and the nations don't have data scientists in defense establishments. If they do train and educate a data scientist, guess what happens? The commercial sector poaches those scientists away. And when we ask nations, hey, give us a data scientist, a military, a colonel rank, they don't have them. And if we try to go to commercial sector, guess what? We cannot pay them, the good ones at least. If we try to train and educate sort of organically in the institution, once we train them up, they go back to commercial sector because we cannot afford them anymore. So we have a real issue where, again, this is very much about national decision making and how we comprise and constitute our military instrument of power. We need to become more creative and clever about that way. We have to accept that we may need more civilians, more experts, more kids playing video games in the military serving alongside uniformed people. We will still need uniforms because there will still be attrition and war and killing, and we don't want our civilians to do that because that's why we train and exercise the military folks. But we have to better integrate the different elements of power in the future.
Thank you. I don't see any other contributions. So can I, on your behalf, thank two panellists. It's been a very interesting discussion. As what I said earlier on, it's interesting we're doing reports which are actually coming very topical after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We look forward to the final report being produced for Madrid. Can I just say a big thank you to both. We've now reached the end of the day, I know, which is sorry for everyone, but can I just say a few final points. People who are aware of the pilot project the committee undertook with Johns Hopkins University, the Whitting School of Engineering, and the first presentation took place early May. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the presentation. It was an online presentation. That was on climate change and geoengineering. I think several committee officers did participate. I don't know whether anyone did or wants to say anything, but there are also two future online presentations, one on space and one on the future of warfare. What I've asked Stefan to do is to circulate that around officers, but also if there are any other members who would like to participate in those presentations or watch the presentations, I would encourage people to do so. We are limited in numbers, so when he does send it around, if people could indicate if they want to, it would be useful to get an idea of interest. Our next meeting will take place in Madrid during an annual session, which is scheduled for the 18th to the 21st of November later this year. Is there any other business that anyone has to raise? No? Well, all it does me do is conclude today's session. I think we've had a very enjoyable day, and can I thank all those that have worked hard in terms of presentations, but also our speakers. I think we've had some very good debates, and I always go away from these meetings with more questions and my mind thinking about some of the topics. They're not easy, I think, the subjects which we're dealing with, but I think it certainly ensures that we're all better informed when we go back to our member nations in terms of the debates that we're having around these, because these are all very difficult decisions we're having to take in terms of decisions that sometimes are for the long term, but unfortunately some of them are actually going to be having to be done very quickly. Could I also thank our Lithuanian hosts, who I think have been fantastic hosts in terms of the organisation of this event. And also, I think our thoughts obviously are still with, and will be with, our Ukrainian colleagues for their presentation today, but also the thoughts of the ongoing struggles that they're facing. Can I also thank on your behalf the interpreters? We come to these events and make our presence felt. They have to interpret that, but can I say a big thank you to them as always. Thanks to Stefan, he's the one that, I say we turn up, he does the all work in terms of organisation, and also in terms of Julian Yanis, the coordinator, and research assistant Julian Stackett, who again we couldn't operate without their direct assistance and diligent work that they do. So I can now would like to adjourn the 2022 spring session meeting of the Science Technology Committee. And can I, once again, thank everyone for the participation and have an enjoyable evening. Thank you. Good. Yeah. Yeah, it was good, sir. Very good. It's very interesting. Those two reports, interesting.